obviously dying. Now, this story I'm about to tell you is a typical example of something that happens every day in Nigeria. We only hear about a few, but this happens every day. By now, you've probably heard about the students of Yaba Tech protesting the death of a fellow student, that is Dazan Charity Oluwabukola, a 27-year-old final year student studying office technology management at Yaba Tech in Lagos. So there has been several reports that she had sickle cell, but several students have disputed this. They denied it. So this account I'm about to give you is the account of her friends who were with her till her last moment. It was on Tuesday when Dazan finished her French shorthand practical examination around 2 in the afternoon, and then she fell sick. But getting to the school clinic, all they gave her after waiting for hours, all they gave her was paracetamol. That's like ibuprofen, pain reliever, in case you're not familiar with paracetamol. According to her friends who took her back to her hostel, the clinic didn't allow her to go beyond the lobby. Now, when the girl got back to the hostel, she was complaining to her friends that not only was she really, really tired, but that she was having pains in both hands. Clearly, something was going on with the girl, right? Now, she got back to her room around 7, but by 8 o'clock, when she kept complaining, her friends took her back to the school clinic, and again, they just checked her and gave her some drugs and then sent her back to her hostel. Her friends were trying to convince the clinic to admit her into the sick ward. Apparently, they have a sick ward where they could admit people, but for the second time, this girl was restricted to the lobby, which tells me that they didn't really do any major tests if she was attended to at the lobby. Now, it's already around 10 p.m. when the clinic told her to go back to her hostel, and her friend said that by this time she could neither stand nor walk. Yet the clinic did not admit her. Instead, they drove her to her room in their ambulance, which is this bus. They drove her back to her room. You only take trains where you cannot walk to, that kind of a thing. But you are very passionate because you want Nigeria to change. You keep doing this thing that is not lucrative in any way at all. I was making like $850 a month.
Jesus.
Living in Brooklyn, my rent was $600. Okay. And phone bill was $50. So calculate what's left to eat in 1 month. By the way, I was doing the show at that time, and people were accusing me of collecting money from politicians at that time. So it's just a matter of budgeting. Okay, so we have $200 to do it. Oh, I think it was 175. I don't remember. After you pay for AC, AC was $25. So I've been there before and I survived. You walk where you can walk to, you only take trains where you cannot walk to, that kind of a thing. But you're very passionate because you want Nigeria to change. You keep doing this thing that is not lucrative in any way at all. And it comes with all kinds of abuses. On top of you not making money, people are yabbing you left and right. And you can't find husband because you talk on. I'm sorry, I was not looking for husband. But people were always saying yeah, this is why you're not married. So anyways, I think the biggest challenge going solo was how do we keep body together? But then I welcome challenges like that, and it really made me work even harder. And God has been so faithful. If you are a close friend of mine, you would know there's a phrase that I say a lot. Someone like Rudolph will tell you, and it is God is faithful. I'm always saying God, because I tried to do something else, my brother, because this thing was not lucrative in any way you can think of. I tried to do something else. I tried to apply for other jobs and all that, and God will always shut those doors. It was really hard. And then on top of all this wahala, my brother, I did not have my residency, my green card to work anywhere I wanted. I only had like freelance visa, which limited me hugely, immensely. I was not illegal. Like, I don't want anybody to get misconception. And nobody is illegal, by the way, in my dictionary. I'm just saying that I wasn't breaking any law. Like, I will always go and renew my media visa every 2 years. So life was really tough. But you know what? I'm more passionate about this thing. Besides the fact that God kept closing all the doors, I'm extremely passionate about what I do because the Nigerian factor is real and it has affected me personally in ways that I can't, like, I can't be listing like family members that I've lost due to Nigerian factor. And I really wanted things to change right from the first time I came to this country. And so even if I had another job, I would still be doing this. I was trying to get in the US Army, you know. That's a story for another day. I did the oath and everything. And God was like, no. And he said, this is what you are going to do. So I guess the biggest fear was like, how do we survive? But God was so faithful. When I left Sahara, the first thing we did was to go get a loan, $5,000 just to survive for the next so months while we were doing this, trying to survive. And then when God came through, he did. Like gradually, people like Rudolph Conco will look at you and smile and say, oh, let me give you this $50. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I started getting ads. On my show. And that's how I started making ends meet. So I think that was the biggest fear. Because I didn't have another job when I left Sahara. It wasn't like I had a job or I had anything lined. I just knew it was time to leave. And I had been there for 6 years. And I gave my all. Like Showore will tell you, I gave more than was expected. Rudolph is also my witness. I did everything expected and even things that were not expected of me. I went beyond what was expected. 6 years. If I was just trying to get popularity or whatever, because some people accuse me of, oh, you went on Sahara to get popularity. There was no Sahara TV when I started working at Sahara TV, by the way. She would have called Rudolph, myself, and Tracy and said he wanted to start Sahara TV. Help me start Sahara TV. Because sometimes I would see people write comments like, oh, you use Sahara to get popular, or I mean Sahara TV to get popular. And I was like, there was no Sahara TV. We helped build Sahara TV. So I don't know where you are getting this idea. And part of helping build Sahara TV was me doing my show. But the whole time, Showore knew that I had my own media company. He had always known, because I used to talk to him as a mentor that, you know, I want to have my own media company. And he knew that even before he invited me to work with him at Sahara as a freelancer. So I think that was the biggest challenge. And I worked hard and God was faithful. Did I answer your question?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Hello, welcome. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and this is 90 Minutes Africa. My co-host Chido Onoma is on assignment. Today we have a special guest who is joining us. You know her as Adeola Fayehun. She's the host of Keeping It Real with Adeola. She will join us in a short while. I just want to say thank you for joining me. And for those who are joining me for the first time this year, I think this is our first show in the year. Say Happy New Year to all of you. I appreciate the fact that you've keep us going and continue to be part of this program. We appreciate it. Adeola will join us at the top of the hour. So we are going to have a little conversation before she joins us. And I want to say thank you to everybody who has been supporting this platform. Last week, Sunday, I was off. I wasn't in town, so I was not here. So we didn't have the show. But I have a good lineup for the rest of January. Interesting guests that will be here in January. And as we move along, I will be announcing them. And of course, like I said to everybody, if you know anybody who you think is interesting that we should talk to, please send the contact over to me. Today, we are going to talk to Adeola, and you guys watch our show. We get her to help us appraise the government of Nigeria and political and social stories across Africa. This is somewhere that something that she does every week. So we get her to do that. She just returned from Kenya, and maybe she will tell us a few things about what took her to Kenya and things like that. So that will be quite interesting. I'm looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I see some people here in the studio already. Let me get them in. There are a few things I want to have a conversation with a few of them while Adeola, we wait for Adeola to come in. Mr. James, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good evening from the Gambia.
Yeah, good evening. Henry, how are you?
Happy New Year, Mr. Rudolph.
Happy New Year to you.
I'm doing well.
Yeah, good. James, Happy New Year to you.
There's nothing to be happy about, frankly speaking.
I mean, we are alive. That's very important. That's very important.
No, but we are living. We are not alive. We are just living.
Oh, James, what do you want to see that will make you feel that we are alive?
Revert to the good old days we had in Nigeria.
Is that possible?
Those years of Yakubu Gowon, when worker salaries were increased without agitation, a bottle of beer was 90 kobo, liquid content only. Simeon Adebo, Salary Review Commission, and Udoji Salary Review Commission. Free education at all levels, from nursery school to PhD degree level. That's what I want. And it's possible. It's not just wishful thinking. It's very possible.
Yeah, James, even in America or even in the UK, a can of Coke is no longer what it used to be.
Yeah, but the resources we have at our disposal and our responsibilities are not the same as that of the UK and the United States. These things are very possible because when Awolowo started his free education program, people told him it's impossible. He demonstrated it beyond, I don't know the right English word to use. He fooled all his opponents. He did it even in Bender State of those days. He never promised us free, a university. He only promised us free education and all those kind of stuff. But he gave us what he never promised us. That is a university. So what can be better than that? And this is a man that said he cannot do it. He did it. Anyway, let me not talk too much.
But James, before I go to Henry, we have free education. I think some states in the north, they don't pay school fees to go to school.
Look, when the Boko Haram boys invaded Kankara, when they kidnapped some students at Kankara, a place called Kankara, when they showed the government science secondary school on television, in fact, pigs will not agree to sleep in that place, a pigsty. You get what I mean? That is what they call a government science secondary school. So is that the kind of free education that Awolowo gave us?
All right, let's Henry, I'll come to you. Okay, I'll come to you, Henry, and Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, Nigeria cannot come back to those days when things were going cheaper on. What we just want, at least people will live, we have life to live. At least, just like if I want to eat any food here, I can go and buy it and eat it. That's it. This is what Nigeria need. Nigeria don't need too much for the government. And you see, the words have already been changed. Like in Germany here, things are expensive here too. Now they increase the electricity tariff here. Things are more expensive now these days. I mean, at least if the government can do at least 5% for Nigerian people, Nigeria can fetch for themselves. You see, okay, like this country we have now, we have 24 hours electricity light, 24 hours economy. You understand? You can wake up, I can check my car, so I'm going to Italy today, I'll just drive straight without me looking, somebody chasing me, or I'm not going to attack me on the way. What Nigeria need first, the government should do some, at least be their challenges, 24 hours electricity, that first thing, security, that two things. If they can do it for Nigerians, this will be moving well. But they're not now. I heard that the grid, electrical grid is already collapsed again to 2025. Other countries are looking for they are heading for 10 years to come, but Nigerian government don't have plan for the citizens. It's so alarming. We are now in 2025. Your INEC now is looking for billions for election. You see, let's assume now the government want to save save the Nigerian citizen. You say every Nigerian you are entitled to have 500,000 naira every month. Every Nigerian, either you work or you don't work, they have the money to do it. Nigeria have the money to do it. Think about the money they stole. Every governors, politicians, government officials. Think about it.
Okay.
You see, they have their way to change things, but they don't want Nigeria to progress. They don't want it. They are not patriotic. Forget about when some people come here and start saying, we are patriotic. America, you stay, Mr. Rudolph. It's not ever easy there too. They don't have 24. They don't have a basic amenity there too, all the way. They don't have it too. You have to pay for insurance yourself there. It's not like Germany here. Once you are here as a citizen or you are living in Germany, you have you're already automatically insured. Nigeria government can change things if they want to, but they're not ready for Nigerians now. They don't want Nigeria to have better life. They don't want it. They want to educate their own children overseas and bring them to rule your own children. That's it. Except Nigerians wake up themselves to demand and stand firm. But Nigerians are not ready yet, Mr. Rudolph. They're not ready.
All right. Henry,
Yeah.
thank you. Let's hear from Dr. Alexander. Bob.
Good morning, Rudolph. How are you today?
How are you? Happy New Year.
Same to you, brother. Same to Mr. James, Harry. How y'all doing today? You guys are fine, yeah? That's good. That's good. Rudolph, what's going on? I wanted to join in for a bit. I'm very, very tired. I'm getting old, so this cold in Houston it's driving me crazy, man. I was talking to my son yesterday.
Houston is cold? What would you say about New York?
Houston is, I think, -1 today. Houston's cold.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm getting old. I used to remember when I was much younger, I'll go to my dad's house in London and say, "Hey, boy, you're crazy. How come you're walking around the cold weather with no jacket on?" Now I'm shaking like a leaf, but oh God, age is not a good thing, no. Nah.
I know you're not alone.
Oh, well, listen. I understand what see. James is in his 60s, so I understand that he knew and saw Nigeria when Nigeria was at its peak. You know, like he said, you could buy a bottle of Coca-Cola for probably 10 kobo or something like that. You could go, yeah, something like that. You could go to school. You don't pay tuition. There's no discrimination like we have so apparent in Nigeria today. You can go to a store in London and they say, "Oh, you're Nigerian," and they close the door because they know that you got the disposable income. Look, the truth of the matter is, when I see Nigeria the way it is today, it breaks my heart. I can't believe in my lifetime that country can become what it has become today. But that's because of leadership, like most wise people would say. You know, if we can only have people as patriotic as John Rawlins, a leader as humble as John Mahama, you know, a sage like Kwame Nkrumah. These are Ghanaians I'm mentioning right now, people that really can look at their people and say, my people are suffering and I have to do something about that. You know, the present crop of leaders we have today, they're not connected to the ordinary people. They don't know what matters. They can't see the sufferings in the face of the ordinary man. And once that is lacking, we can't get anywhere. All these things that Tinubu is doing, in the long run, they're going to work out to make us a very prosperous country. But in the immediate term, what are we doing? What's the government doing to resolve the matter that is apparent right now, which is the hunger in the land? People are suffering. You know, it breaks my heart to see Nigerians like that. It doesn't matter where they come from, whether you're northerner or you're southerner, doesn't really bother. It doesn't really matter to me. You're a Nigerian, that's what matters. And if you can't have people with these key character traits, we're not going to go anywhere. And unfortunately, all these people in government don't have it. You know, they're there for their personal aggrandizement. You know, that's what they're there for. They're there for status. I'm the president of Nigeria. This and that. They're not Fashola. They're not the governor of Enugu State, who you can see is going over and above. Look, this man, Alex Oti, is my personal friend. I eat with him every time he comes over here. He spent a night in my house before, personal, to tell you how close we are. And this is a man that you can tell really, really wanted to be governor because he knew he had something special to offer his people. Everybody mentioning Alex Oti, Alex Oti, Alex Oti. The problem is we don't have a lot of Alex Otis in Nigeria anymore. And that breaks my heart, Rudolph. That's the gospel truth.
Now, you said something now about the reforms of the president. A lot of people say that in the long run, it's going to be to the benefit of the country.
Yes.
What do you mean by long run? What I mean by, I want to say, are you talking about 10 years, 20 years? And are you sure that they will be sustained? Because
well, as a Nigerian in the mid 60s, age-wise, we have a problem with continuity in Nigeria, right? So what would invariably happen 9 times out of 10, another president will come into government, take over from Tinubu, whether it's a 4-year, 1-term or 2-term government, and will reverse the whole thing. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So we've always had a problem with continuity. So 9 times out of 10, that might be a problem. I can foresee that happening. But if we continue in this pattern, Nigeria will get better. All this living on borrowed money and all that was going to run the country bankrupt. Whatever we're going through today, according to your economist who came to your show last week, is primarily and solely the fault of MFLA. You can't even try and justify why you think MFLA did all he did. He knew, as I told you on your platform before, that he was working with a bunch of nincompoops, and he was making decisions that were peril to the survival of the country called Nigeria. So we are in dire stress right now. So we have to reverse whatever Buhari has done in the last 8 years, what MFLA has done, and it's going to take a while. But continue on this trajectory, it's only going to be for the better. My problem is that how do we solve the hunger in the land? That is important to me as a Nigerian. All the key parameters right now don't point to the government looking out for the average Nigerian, and that is my problem. You see Mahama come into government in Ghana. You see the policies he's taking because he wants to alleviate the suffering of the people. Ghanaians are going through a hard time too, like we are. But we shouldn't be in the position that Ghana is. Nigeria, on paper, is a very rich country. Ghana is not. Ghana economy is about the size of Lagos, so it's not a rich country. But we are, on paper, a very rich country, and corruption kills us completely. And that's why we are where we are today. So in the long run, yes, if the new government in 8 years or 4 years or whatever year it is will not reverse the policies that the government of today has implemented, that's my position on that. But that was a great question you asked me.
Yeah, James, just one more before I come to you, James. Let me say that I'm working on getting a government official to actually come here so that we can interact with them. There's one that is very close to accepting to come. But the point I want to, just for you to finish up, Alexander Doc, if, say, you look at 6 months ago, the government said they were going to remove tariff so that there will be reduction in the cost of food items in the country. That was a policy they announced. They recognized that people are suffering. They wanted to reduce what actually happened during the Christmas, the holiday period. But they couldn't do that. If they could not do something that simple, why do we have hope that they are going to reform tax system and it will work and it will solve problems?
Well, I like the I read what President Tinubu talked about regarding poverty in the land for 2025. I'm hoping that he implements whatever he has in mind. I'm hoping. I can only hope. I'm hoping against hope. I'm hoping that 225 would be a better year than 224. But the way we're going right now, I don't know how people are going to survive. It's. I mean, I'm having people who've never asked me for money before call me and ask me to loan them or give them money. That's how bad things are, Rudolph. So unless you're in government, everybody's suffering. So this cannot continue perpetually. But hopefully, and keeping my fingers crossed, 2027 will be better than 224. We've hit the wall right now. We can only do what we can to reverse what 24 brought along with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Professor Pansat, I hope you're okay, son. You okay?
I am okay, and I appreciate you asking about me a couple of days ago.
Yeah. I was really concerned about you, but God bless you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, man.
All right, James. James after James Henry.
I just want to ask a question. Anyone can answer it.
Okay, go ahead.
At the pace we are going, are you not sure Nigeria will be placed under receivership?
Who wants to take that?
Anybody can answer it. Will Nigeria not be placed under receivership at the pace we are going?
Well, I can answer that if you want me to.
All right, Pansat, go ahead.
Especially since I'm not going to be here very long with you guys because you don't appreciate me here. I'm not going to be devoting a lot of time to this. But let me say that if Nigeria is placed under receivership, it's better than we're in receivership of criminals right now. So if we're placed in a receivership, then they can actually look into it and we can get good data, know what the problem is, right? It's Nigeria, believe it or not, we are in receivership, all right? Our monies come from petroleum, but all that's mortgaged years in the future. Even somebody like Dangote, who could point at how many barrels of oil he wants and they give it to him, he can't even get one. So I don't know what we think we're doing, but we're in receivership. So it's better that it's given to an official. You mean like receivership as like IMF or something like that? Who do you mean to receive it? Who will be the receiver? Chinese or what? Who is it that will receive the country?
No, those we are owing because we have to pay our debts. We have to honor our commitments.
Yeah, that'll be a positive development as far as I'm concerned because something has to be done. Our organs are taking over the Supreme Court, the INEC. We don't have anything. But anyway, thank you very much. I understand it's a rhetorical question, but we shouldn't fear anything now because we don't have anything. We don't have that country. We don't. Let's be honest.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. Henry.
You know, when our colleagues here was saying Tinubu have a plan for the country, I don't get it. I don't get it. Tinubu promised to cut the governance, but it's increasing things like buying luxurious cars, doing other things. So when he come here and say this 2025 going to be better, Tinubu have a plan. Don't forget, Tinubu promised you people that we will continue where Buhari stopped. The corruption from Buhari's time was more. Tinubu time was was times 3. So when he come here to try to romance the criminals, politicians, it's so sad. You know, it's so sad. Just if you think Nigeria going to be better from that in 5 years' time, you are joking. These people don't have plan for Nigerians, except Nigerians wake up themselves to say, you know what? We have to change things. We want a better life for us. Look at the justice system. Let's go for that first. If Tinubu have plan, look at Edo State election. Look at what is going on in the country. Look at the IG. Look at the police PRO. It's a Twitter boy. He come out to debunk some things. He come out to debunk things, but when you ask him questions, he don't go straight to the questions. I asked him some questions on Twitter. He don't go straight because it's a bunch of agbado. The IG came out to say Tinubu helped him from some years ago, so you have to pay him back for goods. People are kidding here. When you come here, you live in the state, you come here and say Tinubu have a plan for you. You are joking. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Henry. Jide, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for having me. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, my elders, Mr. James, Henry, Pansat. I greet again. Good to see you again. Michael, good afternoon. Those on the comment section and listeners too, I greet everyone. So I think I listened to what everyone said, the analysis. I was going to say that I think it's possible for Nigeria to have free healthcare, free education, those things that we're clamoring for, free housing. It is very possible. What Mr. James said that we used to have, but we don't have anymore. I think it is possible. I feel like we should stop, and that's one of the things that's one of the points I would like to make, that we should stop using the US and the UK as a yardstick to how we want to actually foster development. It is very dangerous. And that's number one. Number two, other countries have been able to implement having free healthcare, housing, education, social infrastructure, and they have social mobility for their people, and they are doing very well. They are not really spoken of that much. You have Nordic countries like Finland, like Norway, like Denmark, like Sweden. These countries are doing very well for their people. Switzerland is there. Singapore too is doing very well for its people too. They are not as neoliberal as the US and the UK. So having said that, how can we get there, right? That's the big question. Currently, the current system that we have, that cannot be implemented. It is just not possible. It is not going to work. The current leadership, the current system that is being operated in Nigeria, that will never happen. So we need to change the system. So how can we change the system? That's the question I will ask everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Michael, welcome to the show.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Rudolph, I know I'm in your neighborhood here in New York. So
yes.
Back door. So thank you so much for having me again. And Mr. James and everybody, greetings to you all. Happy Sunday. And Happy New Year, by the way. So this is a new year. We hope we can get better. In fact, I listened to it, I just joined not too long ago. But the fact about it is that sometimes I look our issue, the leadership, because the leadership comes from us within. The leadership are not made or dropped from the sky. So we have to look into ourselves. What are we ourselves as individuals we're doing? Because a lot of time when I go to Nigeria, I see they complain about leadership and they see but the same local people are perpetrating the same thing to their own individual. It's like what I see in that society is like once people have a little bit of power or a little bit of advantage, they manipulate it and use it to the extent of putting other people down. I don't know if we all get it when we go home and they're citizens, but when we come here, it's like we're here in the society is check and balances. You cannot do much, you cannot get away with that much. I mean, you can do it, but when the law caught up with you, you pay the price. But over there, once the law caught up with you, you know somebody, you're good to go. This is why I see the society, the decay of that society. Unless I find out, unless the individual Nigerians themselves look inward and change before we can get a quality leader that we want in that country. That's my own opinion. I may be wrong. And the fact that about it too is that, because I grew up, I'm in my 60s. You know, I grew up with earlier day that I have the opportunity going to what do you call it, those schools, the missionary schools. We don't pay. You pay for your books, you pay for your uniform. That was something was good at that time. But I must say this to you guys. The moment we have these religions come over, this prosperity, how do you pray your problem, your suffering out of what you have? How do you pray for that? we need action. There's no, because those days the missionary don't teach us go pray, 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 pray. No, they teach us education whereby you can be productive. Even though when I look back too, the education they're teaching us, they're not teaching us to be independent. They are teaching us to be dependent on them, because when you look at our system in them, they're not giving us the education to say, all right, we give you this technology, you don't need this to, like the Chinese, you don't, but all the thing, you gotta have a you gotta have a bachelor, master's, PhD. How many engineers or how many so-called Nigerians that are good today, what do we produce? Folks, we are living in the diaspora. What do we produce? And we have it. Nigerians are the most blessed nation on this planet. Nobody here can tell me we are not blessed. Naturally, manpower, everything we do have it, but we have not been able to utilize it. That's the issue. And what I found is that we keep complaining, leader. What about the grassroots? Can the grassroots to start growing? Because to me, I look at the issue of Nigerians today is let's start from the ground up. So when we started, when those on the top see the ground, I think they will face the reality. That's my contribution. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you. DMO, before I come to you, let me just try something with Pansat. Pansat, so Michael was talking about when things were good. Was there a time in your lifetime that things were good in Nigeria? And what happened, if there was?
Well, by the way, hello to you, Rudolph, and fellow panelists, and those who are in the comment section. Yeah, it's relatively speaking, right? In the comparative sense, there was a time that we're better than what we have now, right? But it's never really been any good. So there were times when things were a little better, right after independence, for one thing, before we got into the political turmoil. But right now, it's a horrible situation. It's a fail or failing state. It's a totally different thing altogether. We cannot protect our borders, for one thing. We cannot feed ourselves. We cannot set prices for our commodities. At least the days that we can set prices for our commodities, right? Feed ourselves. There's no doubt that times were better in those days, and we're optimistic people, we're hopeful people. And some of our leaders had plans for more than a generation. At least they had plans, and they built structures that show that. So I agree with you in that respect. Right now, it's a joke. It's a complete joke. It's like, so people like myself, who when I first got on this platform actually cared, and I was upset because I knew that we have to do something. But right now, we can't even do anything. That is how bad it is. They have complete state capture. A lot of things that P2B says are true because he set himself up to where he can't even make a mistake or lie. So if anybody got any sense, you want to listen to him, because what he's done is to come on stage and say, hey, look, I care, and I'm almost inerrant. It's a position that he put himself in. So now we should milk that, because he's put himself in a position where he can't even make a mistake. So you listen to him and you get the true picture of what's happening out there. So that's my answer to that. I agree with him, but only in the sense of a comparative. We used to be a whole lot better than what we have now, but even then, wasn't up to standard. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pansat. DMO, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. And my fellow panelists, I greet you all, and those on the comment section too. I agree, with what Pansat just said now, Oga Pansat, and Henry as well. I agree when they were saying. Then again, in my view, I think all of us were just saying the same thing. Technically, I might say almost the same thing, because I grew up in Nigeria during the 80s, 90s, and just like Pansat said, I think it's comparative, My parents were fortunate to travel to the UK, in the 70s, using the scholarship. And that's how, and that's when I was born there. And that's how I got my citizenship. And we came back in the 80s. I still remember when my dad would be singing this Nigeria will survive, early in the morning, and the song will still be the same thing at this stage, So I think, in my view, what I discovered, because over then I tend to tell myself, no, I will stay and, help Nigeria and all that. And eventually, I was doing my housemanship in Enugu then, in UNTH, when they took light, when we were doing very serious operation, and everybody brought out this rechargeable lantern, and the patient ended up dying. And this is a patient that had relatives abroad, So that was when I made I made the choice. I said, no, this thing will not work. I better just go, leave this country, because, and now I think I made a good choice. And my colleagues that stayed back, they still had the same, oh, now we are going to, who stay, now we go do this. Well, I got inundated with phone calls. My colleagues, they're leaving. These are consultants, and they would have been consultants by now when we left, So, but they've left because of their own children. So my concern now is that the younger generation, the so-called leaders of tomorrow, the mindset is that of, they've normalized corruption, most of them have not tasted when Nigeria was better, in quotes, So the only thing, in my view, like Henry said, he said, unless Nigerians will be like, number one, my in terms of solution, unless Nigerians will be like, no, enough is enough. We've had enough. We have to, change all these things, That's what I think. But on the flip side, that mindset of everybody's already corrupt. Not, the president is not the only person that is corrupt. Even your fellow Nigerians will. You all travel to Nigeria, see what happens at the airport. Secondly, unless they bring in a leader that comes in and sanitizes the whole system, But again, the law people will say you can't build something out of nothing, So the system that brings in the leaders is already, corrupt. So corruption will beget corruption. So that's what I believe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, DMO. Let me ask you a question, please. Now that I have a doctor here who was trained in Nigeria, so do you at any point feel, Nigeria trained you? Well, what I mean by that is that our medical school trained you. You're now outside the country serving other people. Do you feel, and of course, the medical situation in Nigeria is getting worse than it was when you were there. How do you feel about that? I'm not saying it's your fault. I mean, you did made a decision for yourself, but how do you feel? Do you feel that there is something that is owed to that country?
Thank you very much. And it's a very, very, very good question. Now, I believe Nigeria trained me, and at the price of, my school fees. I mean, we were paying tuition fee 4,000 naira. It wasn't difficult to pay that school fees. From, in my view, I went to a federal university. So, and compare it to, I'm a lecturer here. I know they pay, some of them pay about 50 something thousand euros and all that, I mean, Republic of Ireland. So they, and some 7,000, 21,000, as so what. Now, my colleagues that are back in Nigeria, they have that, mindset that we owe this country. They've given us so much, But when you are giving your all and you're not appreciated, and you have your own family, so would you now just get trapped into, and again, medical science tend to evolve. most people, most of my colleagues, unfortunately, I would say, are stuck with what they already know, and there are things you need to update yourself, So how can you do that when you're in a society that is not encouraging you? So the best thing to do is to go. I still carry the guilt, but you still have to fend for yourself and your family, That's the only way I can answer that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. James, you wanted to say something? No?
Yes, you see, it's very funny, the question you've asked, because I also belong to that category of people trained by Nigeria, and I never worked in Nigeria. I've explained why I could not work for Nigeria. If you don't mind, let me just give a quick rundown. During my primary school days, it was Action Group that was in power in then Midwest, what you call state, region. Then during my high school days, the military were in power, but in Benin City, that's a Benin state, the military continued with the free education program that was in place. So I did not pay school fees. Those who were in the boarding houses, they paid for feeding, but I was a day student. When I got to Government College Ughelli, for the first time, I paid school fees. We're very lucky, UPA came to office. UPA said, HSC students are tertiary students. I mean, what do you call it? We are post-secondary students, what you call students. So they gave us bursary. The bursary they gave us was more than 10 times the school fees we paid. So it was free education. I went to University of Lagos. First year, second year, third year, no tuition. We were feeding with 50 kobo per meal. Then my master's program, I did pay school fees as well. It was the accommodation in my master's program that I paid 100 naira, I think, for the whole year in Makama Bida Hall. When I finished school, I could not get a job, so I started writing applications. Eventually, University of Sokoto, I think they now call it Otman Afodio, replied me. They invited me for an interview. I went to the University of Lagos to meet my supervisor, one Simeon Ojo, a climatologist. Then he sat me down and interviewed me. After the interview, he told me, my boy, you are not prepared for this interview. So he gave me some work to do. I went back to Benin, completed the assignment, then I returned. Then he interviewed me again. He said, yes, my boy, I wish you well. You may go. So I went for the interview. When I got there, the head of geography department, University of Sokoto, was Dr. L.A. Day, a Ghanaian. After the interview, a Fulani man, I think he was the dean, gave me 20 naira to supplement my travel back to Benin City because I did very well, was very impressed. So he said, you will hear from us. I went back to Benin. So I was shuttling between Benin and Sokoto to know the outcome of the interview. They were just dribbling me up and down. At a point, an Hausa man called me by the side and told me that, look, I've been seeing you coming and going. The truth is, they said you cannot work here because you were born in Ondo State. Why not try any of those Yoruba states? Maybe you'll be lucky. I know you are from Bender State. So I thanked the man very well. Then I went back home. I intensified my search for jobs. Then my father was working at the Ministry of Local Government in Benin City, near the Oba's Palace. With his connections, he got some friends in the Ministry of Education. They said they would give me something to do at Arinze Primary School off Second Secular Road, because I attended that school in the 60s. Then my father said, it's okay. Let him just find something to do. A master's degree holder. One day, my father returned from work and told me, look, my boy, I think the idea of your going to the overseas, we should start working on it because from the look of things, I'm not so satisfied with what is going on. Then I asked him, what exactly is going on? He said, the people who are assisting you to get the job are giving me the condition that I should come and join a secret society before they give me something to do in a primary school. I cannot do it. So at that point, I left the country. I went to Monrovia, Liberia. The following day, I got a job at St. Samuel's High School, number 52 Center Street, Monrovia. For a master's degree holder coming to teach in a high school in Monrovia those days, it was something unbelievable. So I was there, but there were rumors that there would be wars. So I left Monrovia and traveled to the Gambia. I also got a job in less than a week at Muslim High School, Banjul. So that's how I'll be traveling up and down, earning my living. So it's not my fault that I turned my back on Nigeria. If a Ghanaian, Dr. L.A. Day, can be the head of Department of Geography, University of Sokoto, why should I, born in Ondo State, not be able to work there? So you see the irony. I mean, Nigeria is a very funny setup. So this is the reason why I believe it is time for us to pack up the country. We are wasting our time. Nigeria is irredeemable. Nigeria is beyond repair. We are just wasting our time, hoping that tomorrow will be better. Students who study diligently find it very difficult to pass exams, let alone those who refuse to study. Nigeria is like a student who refused to study and hoping to pass an examination. That is how I see it. So those of us who turn our backs on the country, we did it for particular reasons. Nobody wished to be called a foreigner. Although here in the Gambia where I live, I'm not being treated as a foreigner because I've been here, I've been interacting with them for almost 40 years. I'm more or less a native. I refuse to change my nationality because even if I change it, it will not confer any special privilege on me because whatever I'm entitled to in the Gambia legally, they don't deny me, unless I'm not entitled to it legally. I'm not being discriminated, so why should I change my nationality? So that is the story, my friend. So I encourage all Nigerian youths who are qualified to troop out of the country. They are wasting their time. They are wasting their talent. Their contribution to humanity is far more important than their contribution to Nigeria. So anybody who wants to leave the country should do so. My only advice is they should mind the country they go to because not all countries not all countries are good, let me put it that way. The more difficult it is for you to get a visa, the better the country. So they should have that at the back of their minds. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, James. Michael, hold on, okay? Let me get to, because Adeola will soon join us. Let me get to Nonye and on politics. Then I can come back to you. Nonye, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and greetings, panelists. So what I have to say is that the last time I listened to my brother CM saying that Nigeria is a failed state, and sometimes I do join this particular panel to be able to form some ideas and then get new insights and knowledge, then have an introspective examination of the things I've heard, then do an independent research on them to find out the truth, right? So when he said that, I had to go and do an independent research on it. And then I found out that he said the truth because I believe Nigeria is a failed state. After my research, because I've come to find out that the characteristics of a failed state is that it is marked by collapse of institutions, loss of governmental authority, and inability of the government to provide basic services and secure the country, right? And all these things are just self-evident in the present Nigerian dispensation. So I think at this moment, Nigeria needs a complete overhaul or separation. And I believe that even if Nigeria is completely overhauled right now, before the next 20, 30, 50 years, we would still get back to where we are now. So I think dividing the country to save lives is the best at this point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nonye. Let's see. On politics. Welcome.
Thank you, Doctor. If I understand, we're talking about giving back to the country, or well,
We're just
because
talking about the state of the country and any angle you want to take.
the state of the country. Not that what you're asking us how we did now, because now we be the country, now we be the state.
You live in
Right?
Texas. You're in Florida. You are not in the country.
It doesn't matter in the world that we're living today. Now we be Nigeria, right? If I
Okay.
meet any other person nationality, how he or she interact with me, that is his experience of Nigeria, right? Whatever
Okay.
I get from me, whatever I get from you, that's what we say. Oh, I've met a Nigerian. So, now, I'm saying that to say, I mean, listening to a doctor about what Nigeria has done for him and Mr. James, it my at my own cost of, I mean, my looking at them, I might be younger than doctor, but in terms of Mr. James, let me and you did the same side. I don't maybe English, with a few hours. But I'm saying that to say that my own little life experience, what I've learned in terms of giving back to a country, is quite different from what I'm hearing here because as somebody who has done the green white green for Nigeria for at least a decade, I remember at the point, there's this brags, yeah, you know, I don't do Nigeria, I don't do Nigeria, I've done this for Nigeria, I've done this for Nigeria. As true as that may sound, but an event make me realize that it is the other way around. Nigeria, just like every other state, is like a platform. It's like a platform that is given to you. What you do with that platform, it's what matters. In other words, we come this world. It's not that we are that important, but what you do here, that means how you live what you met is what counts. Either you destroy or add value to it. That's why I see a nation state. It's a platform. I said that because when I was representing Nigeria, not until after I floated the foundation and I get into a conversation too, some other person, then I was made to understand that not be wearing green, white, green in international stage now make you give back to Nigeria. The fact that you floated the foundation, you have impacted one or two Nigerians, you have done your part. You have given back to Nigeria. Now, when I did college here as a student athlete, I remember at every section we resume school, they will select us, we the athletes. We are the face of the institution. What they do that they will assemble us for one day or one weekend and invite kids from the community to come and interact with us. It took me time to understand that it's pretty much like a deal that the community signed with this college. That how you give back to the community. You bring people around the world who are the face of that institution to inspire the younger ones. I'm saying that to respond to what doctor is saying, that you don't necessarily have to be on ground physically to be saying that you are giving back to Nigeria. How many Nigeria have you impacted? Because the idea, that's why I say now we be the Nigeria, right? If I wake up today and say, if not because of Dr. Dameji, I for not do this. In other way, I'm saying that that's Nigeria that did something for me. On the other hand, the Dameji content, because of what he has done to me, he has paid his own part to Nigeria. So I think there's so many ways to see, and because and again, I remember when we did with the Minister of Sports, there was an argument about allowance and all that kind of thing. At one point, he got angry to a point that he said, come, when you start on that starting block, they will measure your name first before Nigeria. So you know that when you are here representing yourself first. Yes, Nigeria and on the platform of Nigeria. But you know that we see it as a privilege, as an opportunity that the state is giving you. That was a very hard conversation, but he sang. So I think for me, and I think it all boils down to how you develop the country. So how you contribute, what you do, anywhere you are as a Nigerian, is actually contributing to the building to the nation state or giving back. I don't know if you are making sense. That's my own experience about this, what the country done for you, what you have done for the country, and how I was made to understand it by my various encounters with people within and outside.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Let's hear Michael. I have another question for DMO. Michael, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yes. I just want to piggyback on what Mr. James said. That's when Nigeria happens to you, even Dr. DMO. It just is exactly Mr. James' story. I happens to be, if you guys know Nigeria in those days, my father is the Nigerian Railway Corporation, one of their traffic distance. So we travel most of the time. So we were taken from the south, from Lagos to Zaria. That was 1968, 69. The war was still going on. You know, the Civil War was still going, because I experienced it when they say Igbo was this in those areas. So I see that, you know, so for that young age to grow up in northern Nigeria, I only speak the Hausa language fluently than my own language. I went to school over there and everything. My secondary school, if you guys know, it was very close to the Chibok. I went to government secondary school Biu, which was in those days, not Eastern State, but it's now Borno State.
I went to Domboa.
Damboa, you see? What is small world? So what is small world? So I went to
crazy.
So what is small world? So that's exactly how I grew up. But guess what? After my high school and everything, I got admission to University of Maiduguri. Everything was fine, everything. But the day that I went to the buzzer office, the next thing they look at my name, you know, you can see I spell Adetimiri, Michael. Oh, you don't belong here. You are the Yoruba indigent. You have to go to your indigenous state and bring. I was like, I've lived my life all here. Even I read Hausa language in my, you know, in part of my WAEC. I passed the Hausa language. What more can I do? So I came back south. Coming back south, my uncle told me, oh, you've made a big mistake in your life. You have changed your name to an Hausa man. I'm like, really? Change my identity because of Nigeria? But I said it's okay. So I went to, as a young man, 18, 19, very radical, want to serve Nigerians. This thing. I went and took Navy exam at Naval College at Papa. I passed it in, but guess what? Somebody just told me, do you know somebody there? I said, no, I don't know them. And that up to today, that's my history. So I can relate to all of us here that sometimes when Nigeria happens to you, it's not like we want to Japa. Japa, people are complaining. Japa is, everybody have to look their own circumstances. A lot of us don't want to. As a young man, I don't want to live. I want to serve Nigeria. As an RFA, I worked with the Federal Ministry of Information for 2.5 years. Before I left Nigeria, I was serving, I was everything. So everybody has a different story and an experience of that country. So we cannot use one paintbrush to say, oh, Nigerians instead. Just like all the politics nations say, it is true that we all have the ability to give back in our little way. It's whatever little way. My wife, she's not from Nigeria. She's from Guyana, South America. 7 years ago, she did a charity in Nigeria. So that's her contribution. And that's my contribution too, because guess what? She's not a Nigerian, but my name was printed in the, the newspaper in Nigeria. So that's the contribution. So all of us, like you said, we have a little way to say, but Nigeria happens to all of us. And this is what I want this platform to know, that with all our circumstances, we should never regret that we left that country. None of us will. If you are in diaspora, never. And that's why I advocate. If you have the opportunity of living in Nigeria, I will never say don't japa. Japa that is for those who wants, they have something to do. If God bless you, you have the opportunity to japa that, to go back and influence something. Yes, well and good. But all of us, we have different circumstances and we have different experience of that country. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Michael.
Rudolph, I don't know if you know this.
Hold on now, Ovie. I just want to talk about the stories in the news for those who may not be following. There's this story about government kidnapped 3 Nigerian soldiers and over 30 civilians in Enugu. There's another story about Bola Tinubu, the president, bans homosexuality, transgender identity, cross-dressing, and tattooing and others in the military a few days before Trump is inaugurated. So we touch on some of those things in the news when Adeola joins us. I think I said I have a question for Dr. DMO. So this is something that I ask all doctors when I meet them, trained in Nigeria and now abroad. The relationship, doctor-patient relationship in Nigeria is different from what we see abroad. So for instance, I have family members. Sometimes if someone is sick, I'm trying to talk to the doctor. What are they suffering from? What is the prescription? They don't feel they owe anybody any explanation. They scream at patients, they shout at nurses. Is that how you guys are trained in Nigeria, or what happened? And when they come abroad, I mean, you've lived abroad now, do you pass across that message to your colleagues at home that this is not how patients or families of patients should be treated?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. Well, anybody that said that's not how we are trained, I suppose the reality is that here the bedside manners is very important. I think that's the first thing I learned when I came. In Nigeria, there's really no emphasis on bedside manners, unless it's changing now, which I still doubt based on personal experience. The bedside manners, there's no emphasis on that. So here they'll look at communication skills. One of the exams you do to get your license, communication skills is part of it. So they rely. There's so much emphasis. Whereas when you're in Nigeria, just that name that you're a doctor, you seem like you start seeing yourself like a mini god. Like you've seen your senior colleagues are like that, so you're aspiring to be, to qualify, then to be your senior colleague. So when you go in, automatically you go in, and it is what it is, And the treatment, I suppose you're treating people to make money more in Nigeria, Over here, I believe that your salary is enough. It may not be enough, but at least it's comfortable enough for you. So there is really no need for you to focus more. Because in Nigeria now, say for example, I prescribe a medication, you come in with some symptoms, I make a diagnosis, which I'm not going to tell you for a reason. Then I prescribe medication for you. I will obscure my writing to make sure you don't really understand what I prescribe for you, because I will say doctors are bad writing. That's not true. Your documentation is meant to be legible enough, So you go and buy the medication because you can buy it then. Tomorrow, if I had told you what was wrong with you and told you the medication that you need, what the person does is next time they have similar symptom, they could just go to the chemist, buy the medication. I've lost there. You understand? So there's a lot of ethic issues, which I won't really go further. But to answer your question, the emphasis is not on communication skills in Nigeria, but abroad it is.
I have a friend who is a doctor here, and he works with the UNTH, which is he graduated from Sukan, and he went back, and he's helping them to reform some of the structure in place and how they educate medical doctors. So I'm always interested in that, in terms of whether it's something that they teach or something that, as a result of the peculiar situation in the country, they adjusted to that. Okay, that's very good to know. All right, Kene, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone. My special greetings to Papa James. You're always on point, sir. And my greetings to
Sorry, Mr. Kine, Pastor said that they should fast 100 days fasting.
Also, that also will kill all of them. And at the end of the day, they will not see. Last time they told us that Nnamdi Kanu was the cause of the problem in the southeast. That if Nnamdi Kanu is arrested, there will be peace in the southeast. My Olodo Igbo people believe them. They arrested Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, there is Simon Ekpa. If Simon Ekpa is arrested, there will be peace in the southeast. My Olodo Igbo southeast brothers believe them. Simon Ekpa is arrested today. And now, just today, 3 soldiers, Nigerian army, and 30 civilians, Igbo people, kidnapped in Enugu by herdsmen, not gunmen. When they give it that name, gunmen, it sounds as if the problem is coming from Southeast. It is herdsmen, Fulani. That is their intention. Anybody that challenges, anybody that stands to challenge them should be taken away so that they will have free entry to destabilize that region. That is exactly what they are doing. We need people, we need youth, we don't need soldiers. We need our Igbo people, Igbo brothers to police our environment. We need them to protect us. We need people like Simon Epa. We need people like Nnamdi Kanu to protect us. We don't need useless Nigerian police and soldiers in our region. They are the one killing us. Look at soldier being kidnapped by soldier that they spend money training. Nigeria is useless. Nigeria is gone. Nobody should be talking about Nigeria again. I'm sorry for people like forefathers that believe that building missiles will save Nigeria. When you are hungry, you want to begin to manufacture missiles. When you are hungry, your people are hungry. So at the end, on the election day, people like MC Olomo will be giving missiles to go and bomb whomever that is not voting for APC. My brother, Nigeria is gone. Let's forget about Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kene. Our guest is ready to come in. So I think at this point, let's take a break. When we come back, I will talk to her for probably 30 minutes. I will let you guys in to
But Rudolph, don't bring me to be last man to start, in case you bring people in. Huh?
I don't know. I'm not the one who controls these things.
Don't do this to me this time, yeah?
So
I'm watching you.
Don't think I'm the one controlling. I have powers bigger than me. All right, so let's take a break. When we come back, we talk to Adeola.
I'm ordering you to reach out to me now. Now, if you pass now, you are.
welcome back. Thank you so much for hanging on there and being with us. Our special guest today is in the studio, so it's an honor for me to welcome. She doesn't want any introduction, so it's an honor for me to welcome Adeola Fayehun. Adeola, welcome to the show. Happy New Year to you. See, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. All right, so you can, Adeola, you can come back, you can reconnect. There's something wrong with the, it's not from here. Can you hear me? No, we can't hear you. Are you playing? This is one of your tricks also. It's not from here. All right, let me play a video and you just reconnect. I think that will take care of. For those who may not know Adeola, reconnect, Adeola. It
like
will be open.
$850 a month.
Jesus.
Living in Brooklyn, my rent was $600. Okay. And phone bill was $50. So calculate what's left to eat in 1 month. By the way, I was doing the show at that time, and people were accusing me of collecting money from politicians at that time. So it's just a matter of budgeting. Okay, so we have $200 to do it. Or I think it was $175, I don't remember, after you pay for AC. AC was $25. So I've been there before and I survived. You know, you walk where you can walk to, you only take trains where you cannot walk to, that kind of a thing. But you're very passionate because you want Nigeria to change. You keep doing this thing that is not lucrative in any way at all. And it comes with all kinds of abuses. On top of you not making money, people are yabbing you left and right. And you can't find husband because you talk on. I'm sorry, I was not looking for husband. But people were always saying this is why you're not married. So anyways, I think the biggest challenge going solo was how do we keep body together? But then I welcome challenges like that, and it really made me work even harder. And God has been so faithful. If you are a close friend of mine, you would know there's a phrase that I say a lot. Someone like Rudolph will tell you, and it is, God is faithful. I'm always saying God, because I tried to do something else, my brother, because this thing was not lucrative in any way you can think of. I tried to do something else. I tried to apply for other jobs and all that, and God will always shut those doors. It was really hard. And then on top of all this wahala, my brother, I did not have my residency, my green card to work anywhere I wanted. I only had like freelance visa, which limited me hugely, immensely. I was not illegal. Like, I don't want anybody to get misconception, and I'm nobody. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you so much.
Hi, Rudolph. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. This is the first time I'm seeing your face. You still look good.
Okay.
I was about to thank you for no introduction, and then you started playing that video. Like, why?
What video? There was no. It wasn't a video. It's a new thing that I did. It's not a video, really. It's just your picture. Yeah. No, I didn't play the intro. Yeah, no, I didn't. Oh, so welcome. Thank you so much for. Is that Victor that we are going to see? Thank you so much for making our time.
Thank you.
I know you are busy, and we are really happy to have you.
Busy, I'm never busy for you, Rudolph. It's just that now I have new bosses. I have two toddlers that I believe they own me and my time. What can I say?
Of course, that's what you did to your parents. So they are doing the same thing to you. So what else? Nothing new. So let's start with first of all, I heard that you traveled recently. You went to Kenya for what is it, Bitcoin conference? Why are they meeting?
Yes, I
Why are they meeting
did.
in Kenya? Why not Nigeria? We are the capital of Bitcoin.
I know. That's exactly what I said. In fact, because I was one of the MCs hosting, it was a 3-day conference. So um one of the times that I was emceeing, I said jokingly that whatever they do, they should make sure that next year this thing goes to Nigeria. Like, what's that? What kind of disrespect is this? We've done it in Ghana twice. And then from Ghana, we went to Kenya. And I'm like, Nigeria is right there. Where were we supposed to start? And you know, the funny thing, they all started laughing. And I'm talking about even the organizers, including the Nigerians amongst them. And I'm like, if you, the Nigerians, are laughing, and they were like, the Nigerians among them. And I'm like, this ain't right. Let's go do this thing in Nigeria. And they were like, first of all, nobody has time to be dealing with buying fuel or looking for a generator for the 3-day event.
So
I'm
it's
like,
Nigeria.
It's a hard clap back. It's hard to clap back at that, because I was ready to fight, and then they started with the electricity thing, and then I I didn't know where to go after that. It was a shocker for me. They were like, first of all, we cannot be. Have you heard any sound of generators since we started? I said no. Can you imagine? So
So
I
how
don't
was it?
know where it would go next year, but it doesn't look like it would be Nigeria.
So how was the conference? How was Kenya? That's not the first time you went to Kenya, no?
No, it's not. But it
No.
was really good. It was really, really good. Um, the Bitcoin conference in itself is such a wonderful event to attend. You know, they do Bitcoin conferences all over the world, and the way this one started, first of all, is inspiring. I'm pretty sure that you remember Farida Nabarema. She's the convener of this conference, the woman from Togo, the activist from Togo. And, you know, one of the things I found out is when you're an activist, we don't have this problem as much as some francophone countries, French-speaking African countries. So we all know that when you're an activist, the first thing that the government would do is to close down your bank account or make it impossible for you to have access. They will freeze your bank account. And so this has been happening a lot in the francophone countries. And the way people are surviving is through Bitcoin, because the government has no control over that. So for them, it's a very, very vital tool in advocating for a change in their government. And it's not just the activists, even the journalists. There has been a number of African journalists that reported stories, and the first thing the government did was to freeze their bank accounts. Imagine, Rudolph, somebody freezing your bank account because of a story that you talked about on your show or an article that you wrote. You're like, that doesn't sound like something that you would experience. But this is the day-to-day experience of some people. And so the government will freeze their bank account and then still go after them. There's actually a particular man that the government ordered all the people that advertise with them to stop advertising with his media company. And so he suddenly had no means of making ends meet. And so then it was introduced to Bitcoin. And so for a lot of these people, Bitcoin is how they are able to continue to do what they are doing without the government being able to interfere. And if you would remember during the NSAS protest as well, Bitcoin played a huge role. People were donating money, they were donating Bitcoin, I should say, which really helped the protesters. And so when I went to this conference, it was eye-opening for me. The conference was not so much on, oh, this is how much Bitcoin is, hold your Bitcoin like they do at other Bitcoin conferences. This conference was all about how we can use this to make a change in Africa. And then they invited a lot of people that are doing amazing things with Bitcoin. There's a particular woman that has an organization that strengthens and empowers other women, especially women who are facing domestic violence and women who have no bank account of their own, no properties of their own, no say in their homes. And with their cell phones, they are able to open Bitcoin wallets and start making money and gradually start buying properties without their husband knowing and stuff. It's been empowering a lot of women. And then we got to meet some of the people that had been helped with this initiative. They came to the conference. But one of the things that happens at that conference is every year they invite young Africans with innovative ideas, tech ideas. They invite them to come and present it, and they get fundings in Bitcoins. I think the first prize this year was $10,000 in Bitcoins. Some people got $5,000. It's just, and this happens every single year. And then not just that, a lot of organizations come there for you to pitch your ideas, for them to see whether or not it's something they want to fund. So it was innovative, it was inspiring. I am so happy that I went. Next time you have to go, if they do it in Kenya again, because Kenyans are lobbying for them to bring it back to Kenya, we should go together, Rudolph, because I know you have a girlfriend in Kenya. Did you tell your followers?
No one, two. I have two.
Two girlfriends?
So, yeah, it's very important to me, yeah. All right, so did you get a chance to see Kenya any parts? You were in Nairobi, I believe. Is it Nairobi?
Yes, the conference was in Nairobi.
Okay.
We got a... Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So did you have the chance to see Kenya, any,
places? A little bit. We went to the national park. We went on safari. The kids got to see zebras, rhinoceros, all those monkeys, all those good animals. They saw giraffes. They're really tall. And then they went to the giraffe center. They fed the giraffe, and also it was good. We also liked, we got to drive around town just to see. It was adventurous. We were there for a week, so we tried a little. Oh, we went out to dinner with Declan. That was
yes. He told me. I told
you. Okay, what did he tell you?
He's going to join us. I wanted to know. No, he told me you were there. I wanted to know, did you get a chance to know what's going on there? Because he was telling me that in Kenya at this moment, they are having the same kind of problems we're having in Nigeria. Things like kidnapping, the activists have been disappearing. Did you get to hear things like that?
I didn't get that sense when I was there. So it was really nice to see Declan. I feel like now he's a local. I don't even know if I can call him American anymore. I think he's more Kenyan than he's ever been American. I told Declan to take us to a local restaurant where we can have a feel of, Kenya. Declan took us to a buka of Kenya.
Yeah.
No, Rudolph, seriously.
In Nairobi?
In Nairobi. He kept going on and on about how this is where you get the authentic food and I know he's coming. And then we got there and we're like, Declan, we cannot eat here. He's
I
like,
ate, I
what do
ate,
you mean?
I ate there. I think I know the place. There are no windows.
I,
It's an open place. Like,
yeah, man.
yeah, I ate there.
Yes.
Mhm.
I said, Declan, we cannot eat here. He said, this is as good as it. I said,
You are
Declan,
Jibota now. You are.
no, it's not even that. Read off. I have two toddlers. I cannot be dealing with any stomach issues in another country. And me, my tummy is very sensitive. So I said, Declan, is there no Nigerian restaurant? Let's stay with what we know. so so he took us to a Nigerian restaurant. And then the food ended up being extremely spicy, and I actually got sick from that.
Oh,
Anyway, just running stomach. But
all right.
anyway, so the one thing that I noticed in Kenya, which I didn't notice the last time I went, because the um attack at the mall hadn't happened at the time. And so this time around, I noticed two things that really shocked me. First of all, um, I was surprised that every public space, every public place that you go to, there is security check everywhere, which you have to go through the machine and then they scan you and all that. It was really weird. You know how when you go to Nigeria, you would see military checkpoints several times on the road. If you're going from one place to another, especially from one city to another, you start seeing so many police check, or let me say, soldiers. It's it's something that is always it stands out to us because we've not lived in Nigeria in a long time, and so every time we go home and we see that, we're like, oh Lord. So that was the way I felt with this. The hotel we stayed, the same thing. The all the malls, the same thing. Every hotel you go to, the same thing. Every public place, it was quite alarming because you're like, what's happening here? And then you remember the terrorist attack at the mall. But Declan pointed out one thing that was very interesting. He said, well, the funny thing is, none of them have guns or even radio to call for help in case there's someone that is trying to attack. So, what's the point of this whole checkpoint thing? Anyways, the second thing that really shocked me, which I'm still going to talk about, is that on our way back to the airport, after you go through the welcome to the airport sign and stuff, where you would normally stop to pay toll gates, if they built something that looks like a toll gate, but it's actually a security checkpoint. We were driving, full speed, looking at the airport, and then we got there, and suddenly the driver stopped, and we were like, "What's happening?" He's like, "Yeah, this is where you get up. You guys are supposed to get down."
It
What
happened.
we were like, "What do you mean get down?" He's like, "You get down, you go through security." We were like, "What?" And we looked around, and every vehicle was stopping in the middle of the road. They were all stopping, and people were getting off and walking towards, there's this building where you go through the machine, the security machine thing, and we were like, what the heck? And then you you go through that, and your driver goes through, he drives through and then waits for you to get back in, and we were like, what, this is weird.
I wonder
Now,
if the president
what,
goes through that.
I don't know, but what is funny is that it was really funny to us because we were shocked. And the driver was like, "What's funny? Like, everybody does it." We were like, "No, not every." He's like, "They do this everywhere." We were like, "No, man. which countries have you been to? He said, I've been to Tanzania, I've been to Somalia. We were like, maybe you need to go to other countries. I don't know whether they do this in Somalia or Tanzania. But then we had to explain to him that we're not saying it's a bad thing or it's not a bad thing. We're just saying it's shocking to us. Like, we were on our way to the airport. We had no idea we would have to come down at the gate of the airport, so to say, in the middle of the road and walk towards them. We're like, this is it's crazy, it's dangerous. Some drunk driver may be going and not stop on time. They can hit people. People were all, walking by. So it was very strange to us. It was my first time experiencing that. Did you say you've experienced that?
Yeah. When I went in 2017, they had it. So
Well, yeah, the attack had happened by then.
mm.
It wasn't strange to you?
It was a new country for me. I said, okay, maybe that's what they do. Now let's. How long have you been doing your show? I don't remember, but I know it's been a while. How long?
2011.
Okay, so that must be getting to 15 years. Are you?
50?
Are you? No, getting to no 15 years. Yeah, it's going to be 15 soon.
I know, right? I think it was towards the end of this year. When did you start doing your show?
I don't know.
2010?
No, 11. It should be 11 too.
But earlier in the year.
Yeah.
I think mine was like November or so.
Okay. So are you tired? Are you tired of saying the same thing? Because Bioma was just asked yesterday if he was going to retire his show. He said everything about Trump. Now Trump is coming back. And what does he have to say again? Do you ever get tired of saying the same thing when you do your show?
No, I personally don't believe that I have started.
No.
I think that all that I've done so far has just been like, warm up and all that. And it's been great because one of the things that came out of us doing our show is now more people do what we do, which is amazing. At the beginning, when we started, there were not that many people doing what we were doing. I personally didn't know of anyone else besides you talking about Nigerian politics and making fun, publicly making fun, not just of politicians, but also of men of God who were out of step. I still remember that video you did of Pastor Oyedepo, right?
David
Did you remember the reaction to that? So
No.
when we started out, people were abusing us a lot. I know they still abuse us definitely, but now more people do what we do. So it's no longer seen as strange to people that some people will talk back, speak publicly, condemn publicly what government officials are doing. So that is something that makes me extremely happy that more and more, like now, everybody is a commentator. People can just get on their Facebook and start talking about current affairs, which makes me extremely happy that it has produced many more people with the confidence to to do what we're doing. Not that people didn't have the confidence, but maybe they were waiting for someone to start and then you started. So it makes me happy. But personally, I've been able to do a lot with limited help, I should say. But as far as I'm concerned, the future is really beautiful. It's gonna be, just imagine what we will be able to do if we're empowered way more than where we are right now. Be able to do so much more. And I don't know how many people are watching, but I just want to throw it out there that if you're watching, please subscribe to Rudolph's YouTube channel, to Dr. Damage's channel if you have not subscribed, though, because that's the least you can do. This man is really trying. How many hours do you do on this show? Like, really?
No.
I mean, help me.
Tell them.
Help me subscribe this channel.
Tell them, please. So why I ask that question is that like you said, there are a lot of people who are doing similar things, and but the abuse, they've not stopped. Have they stopped? People abusing you for
No. They have not stopped, but
Okay.
now they know that it's a normal thing to. It's more acceptable now. So you understand
Mm.
to talk to publicly condemn what politicians are doing,
Mm. No, what I'm
and
talking about, you criticism, how they criticize you, the people who are watching, the audience. Has it reduced or is it still at the same level?
well, so that's a good question. It has definitely changed. Initially, the abuse is, oh, you must be a prostitute, or this is why you don't have a husband. Who wants to marry you? You talk too much.
But now you are married, you have 2 kids, so that
I
that is.
was, point of correction, I was always married. I was
I don't know.
married before I started
I don't know
doing my show.
when you found a husband, but I know that it's 14th anniversary. You just celebrated your 14th wedding anniversary, but
So
yeah.
yeah, so the show should be 14, maybe in November of this year.
Okay.
So I was always married. So the abuse now shifted from you must be a prostitute. This is why you don't have a husband. Nobody wants to marry you. I don't know why they thought I needed to be married, or why they thought marriage was my goal. Marriage was never my goal. So, but if somebody wants to abuse you, they usually will use the words, the phrases, and the lingo of the environment where they are in and what they think is important to the people around them. So, I guess that's where that was coming from. And also, I remember anytime I talk about a man of God, there's always this touch not my anointed. When it starts happening to you, you will see, because you have touched anointed this that, and then he never did. So now the abuse has shifted to yeah, it's more tribal now. If I say something, they will say you Yoruba, whatever. And then if the abuse is coming from a Yoruba person, they would say Omali, which means a bastard. Um, and then it has also gotten into, oh, you must be sponsored by sorry, I just saw somebody's comment. Anyway, you are being sponsored by the opposition, or you are being sponsored by the ruling party. Someone just said that she was married to Jesus first. No, I wasn't talking about being married to Jesus.
You
I
know
was
you are
always
used.
married to Victor before I started doing this show. I know people didn't know that I was married for a long time. I think it was our 10th wedding anniversary was the first time that most people knew that I was married, which is weird because I always wore my wedding ring. So
Don't read the comments while we're here. This is not. We don't read the comments while we are live.
why
Otherwise,
not? I
you'll be
I like reading comments.
you'll be
You
distracted.
should encourage people to put in comments, and
No,
I
they
like
do. They do.
putting
They know that
spotlighting
I
the
read it. They
comments.
know that I read it. Yeah. Okay. So let me get back to we'll talk about your family soon, but let me get to Tinubu, who is your uncle, and you have a lot of uncles. I wonder,
I do.
you follow him all the time, and he watches you. Let me play a video of him. There's something he messaged for you from Bola Tinubu.
Don't condemn it in sermons. Don't abuse the nation. Leadership are meant for changes. Yes, this leader is bad, fine. Wait until it's time to renew his mandate and say no. But don't condemn your country. Don't curse Nigeria. It's a beautiful land, land of prosperity.
So, Adeola, why do you condemn Nigeria every week? That our hospitals are not good, that our roads are not. Why? The president was talking to you there.
So, first of all, I appreciate everything that Alhaji said in that video. He's absolutely right. Nigeria is a land of prosperity. It's a beautiful land. And nobody, I repeat, nobody should curse Nigeria. I personally have never cursed Nigeria, like F you Nigeria or whatever. You would never hear me curse Nigeria. And then the only thing that I may not agree with was where he said that if a leader is not working, you wait until it's time to renew their mandate and say no. I don't think people should wait until it's time to renew their mandate before they say no, because if someone is not doing you well, I don't think you want to wait before saying no to them. So I'm on Alhaji's side. I'm with Alhaji on this one. I don't think anybody should cuss out Nigeria. You would never hear me cuss out Nigeria. But I also think that if a leader is not doing well, you should talk about it, not just when it's time to renew their mandate. You should let them know that they're not doing well. So
do you think he's doing well?
Alhaji? Alhaji is not doing well, but that's not the question. Everybody knows that Alhaji is not doing well. But I think Alhaji believes that you have to wait for 4 years before you let him know he's not doing well. And the way you let him know is by not voting him in for the second term. I think that is what he believes. And so that is where we clash. I'm so distracted by your comments.
That's why I said you shouldn't look at them. If you do that, you'll be distracted. You shouldn't look at them.
Adeola, okay, sorry. I just did. Were you married when you interviewed Zimbabwe's shameless president? Yes, I was. I was married. Again, I got married in 2011. My husband was the one that picked me up at the airport when I got back to the US after interviewing Mugabe. And then this person said, Adeola, I think it was when you got pregnant that fans stopped abusing you, which is very funny. So does that mean they were waiting for me to be pregnant? And you know the funny thing, when I was pregnant, there were so many comments about, thank God, finally she will shut up now that she's pregnant. And I put out more videos when I was pregnant then. Especially when I was pregnant with Zion. I put out more videos than I did when I was not pregnant. And then less than a month after, I went back to work. Anyways, it's good to see your people and seeing all their comments. So I don't think Alhaji is doing well. I think Alhaji knows. I think, just on a side note though, it's easier to criticize. It's easier to point out where people are not doing well if you're on the other side. I think some people may have the right intention to do well, but then when they get there, I'm not saying that Alhaji has the right intention, God knows. But some people, when they get there, I'm talking about Nigerian politics, they realize it's way more than what they thought. Nigerian politics is so complicated. And I've even heard about instances of people who ran away because they were going to kill them if they did not join them. I think it takes guts. It takes clear determination that you would have made known upfront, not when you get there, that you are not going to join them and that you will not be corrupt and that you will do the right thing. And then even after you make it known, it takes strong mind to actually do what you promised that you will do, to follow through. And even when you're doing what you said you will do, the people around you won't necessarily celebrate you. I talked about Nigerian lawmakers every now and then. Do you remember the lawmaker that bought rice the previous year, December, when Tinubu said they should give out rice? And this man posted it online. This is the rice they bought with the money that the president gave them. The president gave all of us. The man went, Onyabo. The man went and said the president gave all of them money. And that so this is what he has bought for his own constituency. Doing the right thing, right? You will think the other lawmakers would celebrate him. Do you know that they threatened this man? The other lawmakers, they said he exposed them because majority of them did not buy the rice for their people. And so instead of celebrating him, these are his colleagues. They threatened this man to the point where the same man, this is a grown man, a grown ass man that made the video showing us, the same man now sat down and said, well, the rice he bought was not, the money was not given by Mr. President. And it was out of his sheer will, out of his goodwill, that he bought the rice for his people. And he just wants to make sure no lawmaker gets upset. And I was like, what the heck? What did they do to you? And then you get to find out that they always threaten them with suspension. And if they suspend him, money will not come in for as long as he's suspended. So the same man now went back on his word, saying that he was never given money to buy rice. So it takes strong mind to actually do what you promise you will do once you get there as a Nigerian politician. So it's easier for us to criticize, but it's also needed because that is how it's like checks and balance. So they really need us, to keep them on track. But at the same time, we're also aware of the reality of what some of them are facing in doing what they promised that they would do.
You recently met with one of the Minister for Health in New York City.
My father.
So when you meet people like that, how do they relate to you?
First of all, me and Alhaji Pate, we go way back. So I think I should throw that out there. It wasn't the first time I was meeting him. I've known Dr. Pate before he became the health minister this time around. He's done it before. But I've known him before then. And we met under normal circumstances. And he was such a gentleman, such a nice man. Extremely nice, very cultured man. He has lived in America for decades. He went to school here, and he's really good friends with Bill Gates. He went to school with Melinda. Melinda now introduced him to Bill, and he now became, I want to say, best friends with Bill Gates because I don't know Bill like that. I've never met him, but usually every time I see Dr. Pate, I'm talking about international scenes, you will see Bill Gates. So he's a really great man. What was your question again?
No, my question is, when you meet someone like that, how do they relate to you? Now, in this case, you knew him before he became minister.
Yes, so we already knew each other.
Okay.
So I wasn't a stranger to Alhaji. Dr. Pate is the kind of person that I would see, and the first thing he would ask is, how's the family? How's my husband? How are the kids? He didn't just see me as a journalist. You know what I mean? I'm like a daughter. And then at this event where I interviewed him, I actually met his daughter first. And I was like, shut up, your dad is here. So I prepared for him when I found out that he was there. Anyways, so he's very nice and very professional. In that video, you would notice that even after I interviewed him, he was like, thank you so much. and all that. He didn't like walk away or get angry despite my question. So he's someone that I truly respect. And I actually believe in him, you know.
Okay. All right. So, do you buy the argument that the government, people in the government, they're making that we have to go through this difficult time so that tomorrow will be better for everybody?
No, I don't, because it's one-sided. If they are also making sacrifice, then maybe it would be a legit argument, but they are not.
They are not making sacrifice. What do you mean by that?
No, it's what sacrifices have they made?
They announced that they were reducing the number of people traveling with him. They said they've reduced the number of people traveling with the ministers. You hear them say these things, so I want to know what you think.
How does that affect their bottom line? How does that affect their pots, their cooking pots? How does that affect their bank account? Let's start from there. Everybody else is sacrificing with their bank accounts, with their cooking pots, the kind of food that they are eating, the plate in front of them. If their own sacrifice has not gotten to what they are eating, or how many times they are eating, or the amount of money in their bank accounts, then they have not sacrificed anything.
Have you met Tinubu before, the president?
I have actually.
Okay.
Surprisingly, right? You didn't know?
I'm surprised. I
I
didn't know.
interviewed him before.
Where? When?
It was a long time ago. This was in Chicago.
Okay, I think I remember now. Okay. Do you have the video of that interview?
2013 or 14. Gosh, I don't remember now.
Okay.
It was a long time ago.
Do you hear from his people? Do they reach out to you?
I don't know his people. At that time, he was no longer governor of Lagos. There was one time that we had a commissioner of sports, or let me say minister. Yes, Mr. Sunday Dari. I don't know if do you remember him?
I know Sunday. Yeah. He's a big man now.
Yes, he was
talk
the
to me,
minister of yes. At that time, he was, hey, Declan. At Declan, he was, no, stop, Declan. I was about to say he was no longer but
at that time, he was no longer. How do you know? How are you sure?
Right? It just so happened that we met in Chicago. Anyways, Mr. Sunday Dari was
he cleaning up some things in Chicago when you met? Okay, go ahead. I'm going out of character.
Mr. Sunday Dari was my contact at the time that got me to Alhaji, and he actually took me to his hotel room where I interviewed him. So it was just me and him and Mr. Sunday Dari. And he was gracious. He answered all my questions. But I was doing the story for the Nation newspaper. I don't think that I filmed the interview. I think I just recorded audio so that I could transcribe and send them the story, which I did. Because he wasn't even dressed for an interview. It was in the evening. He was done at the event that he attended, so he was just wearing shorts and a shirt. So it wasn't like a video interview. So, but yes, that was the first time that I met Alhaji.
Okay. I know that you have a lot of love for the pastors in Nigeria, and
I do.
You do.
I did not know.
You love them so much. And there are so many issues that we see almost every week. One pastor will come out with something new. And for most people who may not know, you came from a church family. So where are you with the church in Nigeria? And
I was never anywhere with.
all right. Hold on now. Hold on. Okay. All right. Hold on.
What is this question? Where are you with the church? Like I have a goal to do something with the church. There's no goal. It's just that we don't leave any stone unturned.
Hold on. Adeola, hold on. All right. So that's performance in a church in Nigeria. But
It's not
besides
performance.
oh,
They are
what was he
grinding
doing?
and standing on their enemies. What do you mean
On the
performance?
devil.
The devil
So
and all their enemies.
yes. So besides this dramatic, theatrical, and all these performances, there are also other issues like when we see Pastor Enoch Adeboye saying things like drinking tea with Jesus. I don't know if you saw that
Do
video.
you not want him to drink tea with? Do you want him to
No,
drink tea with
no,
the devil?
no. I want to know, as someone who came from a family, your dad
My
was.
dad was a reverend. That's what you were trying to
That's
say,
what I'm
okay?
trying to get. I don't know if you have told them, but so how do you see
Okay.
these things when they do these things and say these things?
My dad was a believer. He was not into religion. Does that make sense? So I think nowadays people are more into religion than actually the relationship with God, and it's like two different things. But if you're not careful, they try to package it as the same thing. They make it look like it is by their own power or strength, and the Bible says it's not by power or might, but by the Spirit of God. Anyway, so there were things that uh if that I would see, and I know this is not in the Bible, this was not preached. Now it's funny that you mentioned Pastor Deboye, because I'm still debating whether or not I want to make a video about what happened recently. Did you see his picture? Now they used AI to make his picture look like he's in Mecca. He's an Alhaji. And I don't know if you've seen his response to that. Have you?
Yeah, he said that all of you mocking him, that you are not going to see the end of 2025.
Well, that's not exactly how he said it, which now you have to be careful,
How did he say it?
Well, he said, but my father said mockers will not see the end of this year. Something
No,
like
he
that.
said it was unfortunate. Unfortunately, they will not.
And but unfortunately, well, I don't know if he said unfortunately, but I know he said my father said mockers uh will not see the end of this year. And I was just like, oh Lord, like, and I don't think I can even blame Adeboye. I think that people around him also should be blamed, not just him, because it was somebody that showed him this video. I'm pretty sure he didn't discover the pictures by himself, no offense. But the people that showed him, I don't know what they said to him that he didn't see it as what it is, which is it's just a joke. They do that with all popular people. You would see popular musicians, what they would look like if they were homeless. I don't know if you've seen that. um Whiskey, Davido, how they would look like if they were homeless, and it's not as if they don't see these things. They just laugh. It's just for joke. Some people will even repost it that check this out, definitely we don't think Pastor Adebayo would repost because I don't think he sees the joke in it. But nothing should warrant you saying that your father, which in this case is implying God, it's like which God now is saying that these people will not see the end of the year because of what? Because they use AI to, it's just it's those things that make you, and then some people still believe in, touch not my anointing. And then another one that I'm also thinking about doing, and I think if I would do it, I should do it on time. This is January. A lot of preachers now will come, especially towards the end of this month, to remind their followers or their members
First,
to pay first fruits. Thank you, Rudolph. And you know, I was reading my Bible the other day, and I came by Luke. See, I'm about to preach to Rudolph now.
it's not the first time.
I don't even remember now. I think it's Luke 11:43 or so. And Jesus was telling the Pharisees and the religious leaders and all of them that yes, they should pay their tithe, but they should not forget the more important thing. You're careful to tithe even the tiniest income from your herb gardens, but you ignore justice and the love of God. As far as Jesus is concerned, these things are more important. In fact, he said after that, he was like, you should tithe, yes, but do not neglect the more important things. I don't think some Nigerian pastors know that as far as God is concerned, there are more important things than tithe. Than like to God, it's more important to him that we go after justice, which is a huge thing when you talk about justice and also the love of God, like showing the love of God. Like it's more important to God that you walk the talk than just talk the talk, that you actually show his love than whatever you put in the offering or in the tithe. So I wanted to talk about this, that guys, before, first of all, there's nowhere in the Bible where God says you should bring your 1 month salary. These first fruits that they talk about, it's not that they bring the entire harvest. They just bring some of the fruit, enough to fit in the basket. It's not like that is all that they harvested. And unfortunately, a lot of pastors have twisted this and, fashioned it for their own benefits. So, just to remind people, read your Bible. Don't let anybody coerce you into giving your 1 month salary. If you now feel like God wants you to give your 1 month salary, that's your own. But don't do anything out of and it doesn't mean that you get more favor from God because you give your 1 month salary. No. What is important to God is not really your tithes. It's seeking for justice and showing his love to others. Amen. Amen.
Okay, thank you so much, Reverend Pastor Adeola. But some people are believing that the church is contributing to the problems we have, in the sense that they're making people not to rise up and demand change. They're making people to think that God will solve the problem, that God will give them prosperity, not that they should hold their government accountable so that they will provide the environment that the country will prosper. What do you say to that?
Ah, so are you saying that God will not take care of the government? Are you saying that it is no longer God's job to hold the leaders accountable? Is that what you are saying, Dr. Damages?
No, that's what people are saying. People are actually serious about that the leaders of the church are responsible
No,
for
no, no,
understanding.
no. They are not in any way. I beg. God is coming to take care of business in Nigeria. This electricity thing that we have not had, that we have not taken care of all this decade. Do you not know that Jesus is coming to fix our electricity now? He's been doing press up, push up, getting ready because Nigerian work is a lot and Nigerian politics is a lot. When he comes back like this, he will first of all go to Aso Rock. Oh no, before Aso Rock, he has to go and see some Momonile somewhere so that he can be able to successfully do what he needs to do in Aso Rock. No, God is coming now. Me, I'm a firm believer that it is by prayers that Nigeria would work. Why do you think we are doing all this night vigil? How many years has it been? Maybe only 40 years of doing it. Anything can still happen, Rudolph. It's like you don't believe. You need to believe. You want people to be calling for change. You want them to take responsibility for their governance. That is not going to happen, my brother. God is able to do all things. We don't need to lift our fingers. We don't even need to do any election. If left to me, I would say we cancel election and just do night vigil.
Okay, I'm going to let our audience come in very soon.
Oh,
but before that, let me one more question about God. Do you know the pastor they call Pastor Jerry Eze?
Everybody knows Pastor Jerry Eze.
So
what God cannot do does not exist.
So do you know how many people watch him every morning around the world? How many?
I don't, but I know it has to be a lot.
Yeah, about 170,000 average.
Oh shit!
All right. So before we go and let our people in, I couldn't log on.
What is this?
I couldn't log on to my Facebook. So I want you to tell us the
Adeola Fayehun family.
The people we are seeing in this picture.
Rudolph.
I couldn't get into my.
You could ask me for pictures. I can send you pictures.
Yeah, you
don't need to go on Google.
Again, it won't let me go in. Oh yes, okay, we're here. Aha, who are these people? Oh God, what am I doing?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
So you said you had your 15th or 14th anniversary, wedding anniversary recently?
Yes, we did, and it's really weird. You wonder, where did time go? How did we get here? You know. Because it literally still it felt like yesterday when we got married, and I guess that's the saying that when you're with your best friend, time goes by so quickly, you don't even realize that time is going by. So I'm so sorry. So yeah, it's been 14 years. What I wrote on Instagram. I said it's been 14 years of doing kiss kiss. So on to me.
All right. So now looking at the landscape of Nigeria. Nigeria is facing a lot of challenges. There are people who actually believe that it's time to break up the country. That is not going to work. Where do you stand on that? Do you still have hope that Nigeria could be fixed, especially when you know that the electoral process may not throw up the best candidate?
I can see why some people may think so, but at the same time, if we would be practical, we know that they are just hoping. Because I guess some people may feel like that, thinking that There's my man. My beautiful
I'm
picture.
getting a feed from somewhere. I don't know who is feeding me the pictures, but finally, I'm getting the feed. I've been struggling with this. I thought I was connected to your Facebook, but I wasn't. Anyway,
um, and then when you look at the people that people are hoping will bring the change, you look at what they are doing now. Ooh, that's the crew. I think Bobo's smile wins the award in this picture. I think he gets the prize. Look at his smile with his packing, or how do you say it? Oh.
all right. So go ahead.
Anyways,
Why are people feeling that way?
so yeah, I think that's you can take up the picture. So I think, let me speak for those who want Yoruba nation.
Hmm.
Oh, let me not speak for those who want Yoruba
No,
nation.
because
I
Sunday
don't
Sunday
want.
Boho Sunday
I,
Boho is actually this week or last week he pushed for the breakup of Nigeria so that people can be free to pursue their own destiny. Um,
okay, so I always ask people, the people that if Nigeria should break up today, personally, I'm not saying that Nigeria should break up or Nigeria should not break up. Similoluwa Ogunlade, it's nice to see you. Can you please take it down? I rarely tell people where I'm from, but it's nice to see you. Not because of me, I am super proud of where I'm from. It's just because I still have families back there. And not everybody likes what I do, but it's so nice to see you, Simi. Um, the Yorubas that we have in government right now, if they stand out, it's a different case for me, right? The people that you want to be in government, you want your own tribesman to be in government. Apart from the fact that it's not practical, because whether we like it or not, we are interwoven, we are intermarried, where it's complicated. Someone that is married, Yoruba that is married to an Igbo person now. So does that mean uh, now they marry someone from another country, or whose children would the children be? Are the children Igbo? Are the Yoruba? But besides all of that, it's not as if these people are doing well right now. It's not as if the Yoruba governors are doing exceptionally well right now. Like, I want to see you do well right now. What is stopping you right now from doing well? In Igbo land, people want Biafra. Well, some people want Biafra. But the Igbo governors that you have right now, they have the power right now. What are they doing right now with the power that they have? Arewas, what are their leaders doing?
no, the argument they make is that if they should have Yoruba nation, that they wouldn't even have Tinubu as the leader of that Yoruba nation. So the governors are not the people that will be the leader of that nation. So that's the argument they are making. So you
Who,
can't
who
say
are the people that will be the leaders of that?
no, they will pick. They said that they will now have the opportunity to pick who they want. So if you said that
So who are they picking? What are the people that they are picking? What are they doing right now? How are
yeah,
they impacting lives right now?
okay, I don't know. I can't answer for them, but that's the argument I hear that
What
because
I'm trying to say is, if you're not doing well now with what you have, there's no magic that would happen when you have more power. So they say power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. The same thing with money. There are people that when they have a lot of money, that is when you now know the kind of person that they truly are. If you have not been, this is between me and you, Rudolph. I'm going to speak to you in parables.
okay,
Do not expose yourself. Okay. If someone is not doing well with, let me say, like managing a few people, and suddenly they want to manage a lot of people, you would look at them and be like, are we crazy here?
Yeah,
So you understand what I'm
I know
saying?
what you are saying.
Okay, so if you are
I'm
not
saying that
doing
the
well,
people, let's say the governor of Kwara State, the person that
mhm.
will be the governor of Kwara State under Yoruba Nation, may be a teacher now. So he or she has no chance to show you how they will perform.
See, that's what I'm saying. Let's say the governor of Anambra State.
Why are you going to Anambra State? I went to Kwara State. You went back to Anambra.
Stop. Let's say the governor of Anambra State now is doing exceptionally well.
Yeah.
So well, he has transformed his state.
And that's the plan.
But the federal government is preventing him from doing all he wants to do. I would say let Anambra be independent. Anambra is doing so well. Why are you trying to stop them from progressing? You see where I'm going? Same thing. If the governor of Kwara State is doing so well that he has transformed Kwara, but the federal government keeps interrupting, they keep preventing him and all. And all the Yoruba governors are doing exceptionally well. But the federal government is I will be like, okay, I think the Yoruba people need to be on their own because they are preventing them from doing what they want to do. But the people that are advocating for, first of all, right now you have a Yoruba president. Is he Yoruba or is not Yoruba? Let's start from there. Whether he will be one of the people that will govern the Yoruba nation or not. He's Yoruba. And look at where we are. What are the governors you have right now? What are they doing? The lawmakers you have right now, you see, they all gathered there in Abuja at the National Assembly. There is no ethnicity as far as they are concerned at the National Assembly. They are all lawmakers. They are all getting paid similar amounts. I know they have senior lawmakers, whatever. They are getting paid similar amounts. Do you not see what they are all doing with their constituencies? Why is it that some lawmakers are able to do wonders with the same amount, and then some are showing us bags of rice, coming back to say they did not buy any bag of rice, and then some kukuma sit on our bags of rice. They are not even giving us the bag of rice at all. Some are not doing anything. What happened to them? Is it that they are no longer part of their ethnic group? Or it is only when there is a Yoruba nation that they will suddenly start doing well? I don't get it. I don't understand that rationale. If you are not doing well right now, but you are calling for, I don't know why you believe that it is when everybody is your own ethnic group, it is when everybody speaks your language that you will suddenly start doing well, or that there will suddenly be a change. It's not language barrier that we have. They don't fight when they are sharing money. They don't say you are Hausa, you are Yoruba, you are up there. See, it is down here that people want the country to divide. Up there, and they may join them say it, but when they get up there, they just share money. They don't say, oh, you are Yoruba, you only take one bag of Ghana must go bag filled with money. Because you are Hausa, you only get 2 bags. They unite in trying to destroy this nation. All our governors are getting hundreds of millions every single month as security vote. What are they doing with it? So is it that they stop being Igbo because they are governors, and suddenly when we have Biafra land, they will start doing well for the people? If they don't care about us right now, they won't care even when. And it's not just the governors. I think I've focused too much on those in power right now. The people Gangan that are advocating for Yoruba nation, the people that are advocating for Biafra land, I'm not fighting with anybody. But the people that are advocating for secession, what are they doing? What have they tried to do for their people? How have they been prevented? Because the people that they are trying to do things for are not all speaking their language. Like, I want to know what is stopping them right now to invest in Yoruba land or in Igbo land or in Hausa land. What is the obstacle? What is stopping them? So that we can know that it is only when we have Yoruba nation that this problem will go away. They need to present the problem. If it is not a problem that can be solved by we have a new nation, then it is not a problem. Whatever you want to do when we have Yoruba nation, do it now. Let's see it. And then let's say, it would have worked if not that we don't have Yoruba nation. You know what? We need Yoruba nation. Everybody will support you.
Okay, this is a long argument because they will say that they don't have the power, they don't have the position to do it. If like
so they want power. Is this about that they want power, or they actually want to make a change? It's two different things.
They need power to be able to make a change. Let me give an example. Someone told me today that the reason why you have two Alafeno for you today, the governor approved one, and there is one that the kingmakers approved, is that the federal government gave power to somebody who is now the governor for your state to determine, to override whatever the kingmakers in Oyo decided. So that's why you have that crisis. But if there's no federal government that will give power to a governor, then the local people, in this case, it will be the Yoruba nation, will be able to decide and say, this is the person we want.
Okay, so then imagine that Oyo has Yoruba nation. Let's assume that we are in a Yoruba nation, and then this happened. Some power said, why can't you hold your governor accountable right now as if is he not a Yoruba governor? Why don't you hold him accountable right now as if you are already in a Yoruba nation? Whatever you will do in Yoruba nation, do it now. We are not okay. Forget about governor. How many lawmakers are the people holding? How many local government chairmen are we holding accountable right now? At least the local government chairmen, they are not as powerful as the governor. People know their houses, right? Why don't we start by holding our local government chairmen accountable? And then from that, let's hold our lawmakers accountable. They are all Yoruba like we are. And then from there, we can go to the governor and all that. Let's start the Yoruba nation right now before there is a Yoruba nation. Whatever you want to do in the Yoruba nation, do it now. It's not as if having the Yoruba nation will solve your problems overnight. Again, I'm not fighting with anybody, but I have seen countries that are not as big as us, as we are, and they speak the same language, they are the same ethnic group, and they're still not going anywhere. There are some that are doing well, there are some that are not doing well, but at the same time, I've seen countries with diverse ethnic groups that are doing well. So it's not as if it is a formula that only works one way if people speak the same language. No. I don't know.
All right. Thank you.
Whatever they want to do, they should do it now. Just do it now. What is stopping you? So some people, for example, will say, if I have money, I will feed the poor. I would take care of the less privileged. Well, you can actually do something right now. Why don't you contact the people that you know right now and say, you know what? I want to feed the homeless. I'm trying to raise, even if it's 5,000 naira, 50 naira. Can you give me? Raise with what you have right now. And let's see what you do with it. Let people trust you with 50,000 naira first before you start asking for 5 million or 50 million. If you have not been able to manage 100,000, but you want to start managing 100 million, they want power. The power they have right now, even if it is their social media platforms. They are influential. These people are influential, you know. They can use their influence. Whatever you have right now, use it right now. Don't wait until there's Yoruba nation or until there is a Biafra land. So again, I'm not fighting anybody. I'm just saying whatever you want to do, then do it now. Let's see it.
Yeah.
And then we can all rally around you and be like, this person would do even way better if they have more power. Give them power.
Okay, I understand. And one more thing. I want to one of your friends. I want to play a video of one of your friends. You're an advocate for young people getting into politics and being part of that. And we had one in Nigeria, and his story is continuing. I want to get your take on him. Okay, so my studio here has a system that takes.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah, Bello.
So you have this is he gives you the counter arguments that young people will change the country. How have you been able to navigate his story and still have that confidence that we need young people to get there?
So when I come on your show, the one thing I struggle with is the way Rudolph presents his questions sometimes, because you know he knows the answers to the questions, and then he's asking you, and you're like, Rudolph, what do you want me to say? Of course, I will always be an advocate for younger people to be in politics. Excuse me. As someone that has worked for people, someone that has employed people, if you are trying to employ people for any position in this world, Rudolph, you look for someone that not only has the intelligence, but that also has the physical wherewithal. Would you hire a 90-year-old video editor? I'm just asking, Rudolph. Be honest.
If they know how to do it.
Yes.
I mean, they won't be dealing with taking care
They're
of
90. They're 90. You need them in the office by 9 to 5. Would you hire a 90-year-old video editor?
Maybe not. I mean, because they may not be able to.
Maybe not.
They may not be able to do it, but there may be exceptions.
You're a hypocrite, Rudolph. Why haven't you hired? Why haven't you? What has been stopping you from hiring a 90?
I've not seen any. Nobody applied. I advertised and nobody applied.
Anyways, it is only in politics that I see old people clinging on to power and acting like they're the only ones that can do the job, which is quite sad. So I will always advocate for young people in power, but we can't just use one person's example as the yardstick for what it's like when we have young people in power. While we have him misbehaving, we also have young people that are doing really well. And Senator Natasha Akpoti is doing really well. And I know that she's not as young as I am, but she's in her 40s. She's 45. She's 45 and she's doing really well. Her people are quite happy with her, with her performance. And I think we undermine the fact that she's a woman, because for a lot of people in Nigeria, they don't even want to hear about women being in politics. What do women know? I used to hear that a lot when I started my show, You're a Woman, what do you know about politics and stuff? And also for her running, there's always a lot of what would women are emotional. I don't know where they get that idea, as if men are not human beings. So there's a lot of that, but also there's a new governor now. I'm trying to remember the governor of which state that is doing really, really well, and he's also young. Do you remember? I think it's in the east.
Oh, are you talking about this one? I think I know the governor you're talking about. Let's see. Oh,
So you can't just use Yaya Bello or Dino Melaye as the
I see.
yardstick of what it's like when you have young people in power. And by the way, both of them are not even young anymore. It's just that they got in while they were young, you know. Let me even see how old is Yaya Bello now. He got there while he was young, but now he's 49. I think he will probably be 50 this year. I don't know if that is his real age, because that's another thing. I learned that.
What do you think about this one?
The things that are at disadvantage to prove that he is God all by himself.
What was I having? What God cannot do does not exist.
You know him?
You know, I saw the video, but I didn't watch it. Bring me up to date.
That's the governor, the new governor, the youngest, the latest governor in Nigeria of Edo State.
Okay. And so he went to church and said,
oh, if you don't, I don't think you know him. Yeah. But you saw where he read his budget in Edo State.
Was it after that he went to church?
Yeah, he went to church to do Thanksgiving.
So was it where he was stammering or like repeating and reading and,
exactly.
and apologizing and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a young guy too.
We have entered one chance.
All right. So we are going to let our people in to have a chat with you, but let's take a minute break or so that we can refresh, and then you just take a few questions and then we round up. But thank you so much, Adeola, for joining us. I really, really appreciate that. So we take a break and we'll be right back. We are here with Adeola, who most of you, if you don't know her, then I'm sorry. I can help you. All right, so let's take a break.
Max, if you have go Guanumo, no fube, Nazo, Olaga, ni Piazugo, Mamulaga, Doni Piazugo, Abawa, Wilo, Gio, Bicora, Puzo, Conavazia, when your master because Abama was the sorry. Ya unyane bana Ulaga doni piazego Ulaga doni piazego Abamba wilo chila Bigora fuzoro Ona Mazi weko Odogu no kwerezu neka Onyomo niga delemo Mazini Ibu go with the melody You got to go where you're for Odogu na chala noka Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pezigo Olaga doni pezigo Mama wilo chilo Bigora fuzo Anabaze Say Onyama zoro Ulaga doni piasugo, nasa boy. Ulaga doni piasugo, amama wilo chilo, biko rapu zero, anabazi. Odogu kenelo bikechofo, ama kwa mnika gogogia. Waligwe kwelona. Get your mobile back here. Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene, omogo ninso. Chukwe mekalumo, ike chukwu negaji. Esi nwanne m ekene dị ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na nkeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị ya zoro 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 Joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging in here and being with us this Sunday afternoon in New York City. We're talking to Adeola Fayehun, who is going to join us again. And we are going to take questions from the audience. So if you're interested in joining us, I think I shared the link. You can click on the link and join us to have an opportunity to ask just a question. She has about 20 more minutes to stay on the program. So anybody who feels you have something to ask her or a comment to make, look at Pansat dressed up. Pansat. I have to come to California, you know, and see people like Pansat. It would be good to hang out with Pansat, you know. People don't know how wonderful that would be. So Adeola will join us in a moment, and for questions, I see people in the comment in the backstage please, if you want to join us, turn on your camera. We can bring you in and have that conversation. So, and while we wait for Adeola, she just let me play a video. Pansat, while we wait for her.
Or we could have a chat though, right? Can we have a chat instead?
Say it again.
Maybe we could have a chat. You don't need a video.
Oh, okay. Okay. I wanted to get your reaction to the video, but anyway, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, whatever. It's up to you. I didn't know.
Yeah, I wanted to. It's an old video, but I just watched it again, and I felt that there are certain things that we hear and see in Nigeria, and we move on, and people don't process it, and we don't have that in mind when we see some of these political actors that we have that are operating in this space. Go ahead.
Yeah, I really want to beg your indulgence today, Rudolph. I wanted to ask Madam Adeola a couple of questions that are important to the country. She used to work for Showere. You didn't divulge that because you think both of you are known. You used to work for Showere for a very long time, And when you had Okendibe here, I was able to ask Okendibe point blank, do you think that Showere will make a good president? And he said no. And they gave his, I don't know if you recall that. I wanted to talk to Adeola a little bit about Showere because she worked there, right? So I'm hoping that she's listening backstage so that she won't be caught off guard. I really want you to help us go deeper, right? She made a couple of statements that are relevant here to that point. I hope you agree with this. She says, number one, that Biafrans should go ahead and do what they can do now, to develop their areas. You know what I'm saying? I believe that goes to all of us, right? We should do what we can. But the answer to that question is that there are a lot of things that are called exclusive list. A lot of things that are on the exclusive list. So no matter what a state plans to do, you really can't do much. It's kind of thawing out lately in the last couple of years. For example, in power, the state now can generate, they brought it into where the federal and the state can do it. Do you understand what I'm saying? But my main thing I want to, if you allow it, is to find out what kind of person, what kind of boss was Showere, right? How did they part ways? She worked there for a very long time. You two.
But let me not that I'm speaking for her, but in the last conversation, the last time she was here, she answered that question. So I didn't want to go back to things we have addressed on this platform when she's been here. This is the third time she's been here. So it didn't make sense for me to go back there. So when you want to frame your question, that's why I always say, you can frame your question in such a way that you give her the room to answer that question without making it look like it's back and forth between you and her. The other people who, like I said, who will want to ask questions or make comments. So I would say if she comes back, and when she comes back, you will get a chance to ask a question. But I think you should get the answers you need in two: one question and then a follow-up.
Okay, but like I agree with. I mean, it's your show. All I'm saying is that when you've been a journalist, I've seen you interview Buhari. Everything depends on the person you're asking a question, right? If somebody is dancing around, I'm talking about other guests you had in the past, like the guy in Nigeria that's an economist, right? If you say, are you saying that you're what was that? A consultant, and then he's dancing around. That has nothing to do with me. If you say, "Oh yeah, I'm a consultant," then I could go. Do you see what I'm saying? So even though we're your panelists here, you're gonna have to have some respect for us here.
No, somebody. That's why I said you get a chance to do a follow-up. Just that.
I
so that we
understand.
can give room for other people to be able to ask questions. Okay. Fansad,
I
hold on.
understand, but listen to what I'm saying, Rudolph. What I'm saying is that if somebody comes here and they don't want to be cooperative in answering a question, or they just go talking for a long time. I'm here in the United States. It's a big deal.
All right, Pansat, our guest is still here. Let's finish the conversation. When we do, after the show, we can talk about this. All right,
Okay.
let's welcome
No
back
problem.
Adeola. Adeola, welcome back to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Okay, so we have Pansat here and Michael. We start with you, Pansat.
Thank you very much, Rudolph, and welcome to the show again, Miss Adeola Fayehun.
Thank you.
And I watch a lot of your shows, other shows that you do, and you and Rudolph have a similar style where you use a lot of mockery, derision, parable, analogy, that kind of stuff. I want to ask you a question that would not. I want you to be a patriotic Nigerian now and just answer this question for me if you can. You might have heard me in the background when you were taking a break, so you're not spoofed by this. The question is about Showore, who is a presidential candidate. He's never held office before. He's run a couple of times, but he doesn't win, but he then waters down somebody else who could have won. In the case of Jonathan in 2015, and then Peter Obi last year. So the serious question is this. First of all, do you think, having worked with him, seen him close, so I could be your boss, be your friend, do you think he will make a good president of Nigeria, in your opinion? I have a follow-up after that. Do you think he will make a good president of Nigeria with men and women, Christians and Muslims, Hausas, Yorubas, Igbos, the soup mix we have there?
Thank you so much for asking. That's a really great question. I don't know why Rudolph is laughing. Anyways, I really like how you started that, he didn't win, and you said he watered down some other candidates that could have won. So, to be honest, I think it looks to me like the person you want to talk to, Gongo, is Show, right? I think you want to ask him that how dare you water down other candidates that could have won? Do you think that you would do better if you were the one in power, or why are you watering now? So I think Shora is the one that you have question for. Let me see if you will pick up to answer your question because it's your question is not to me. How am I supposed to know whether he will be a good president? It looks like you. It's not like you want to know whether he will be a good president, so you can consider him as a candidate. From where you started, he watered down, according to you, other people that didn't win. So now you're like, you think you'll be better than them? You didn't win. They could have won. Why are you watering down these people? Are you saying that you are better than them? Would you have made a better president? So let me call him and see if he will pick up. Because your question is actually for him. There's no way I would know. I'm sorry, sir.
Let me help you. So Adeola, don't call Shore. If you
No,
were to
I'm
vote,
just kidding. I won't call
if
him.
you
But
were
I don't think your question is for me, sir. I
if you
think your
were
question
to
is
vote,
for
no, I
Shore.
think
You
what
should bring
Pansat was
Shore
getting
on the show. Bring
what
Shore on the show for him to ask.
he's been here.
Rudolph, with all due respect, please don't help me, please. Rudolph, please let me follow up on what let me do my own way, please. I hear you. So let me put it this way then, Miss Fayehun. Okay, he used to be your boss, right? He's a leader in Sahara Reporters. Leadership has quality that goes. It doesn't matter if you're a school principal or if you're leading the Boy Scouts. If you're leading Sahara Reporters, that leadership quality will be there. I know you parted ways. Did you part ways in a manner that had integrity? You're no longer there, right? So it's a very serious. That's why I'm saying you and Rudolph, you have this thing that you deal with all the time, which is to mix laughing and allegory and all that, which is good. But in this case, it's a very, very important thing for all of us. And I really want you to have another whack at it. I know what you're saying, right? I wanna know. You could just put it in any way you want. Do you? Okay, let's put it this way. You know Peter Obi, right? Peter Obi. Do you know him?
She interviewed him.
Yeah, so I watched it. Okay.
So why do you ask? Do you know? You see that's
Well,
the
a
problem.
lot of people. It's for other viewers, people who are viewing. I want to make sure there's a foundation. But so, what I'm saying is, you know Peter Obi and you know Showere, right? I believe that
Which
if
of
you look.
them would be better president? Is that your question?
Okay, yeah. Why don't you go ahead? That's better than what I was
Okay,
going
so
to
first
ask.
of all, you asked whether we parted ways amicably. Yes, we parted ways amicably. Otherwise, I wouldn't just say that I was going to call him. So, and we talk, every now and then. How you doing? Sure. How are you? It's Adeola. So, anyways, so we parted ways amicably. He's doing well. And then you were asking, would he make a good president based on what you know about? See, as much as how long have I known you now, Rudolph? It's
I
been
don't know.
donkey years. If Rudolph tells me now that he wants to go and run for local government chairman in his village, or he wants to run for the governor of Anambra State, how am I supposed to know whether or not Rudolph will do well by the people? I'm not the one voting for him. The people voting for Rudolph, they need to know whatever they are seeing in Rudolph that will make him a good president. You can't compare Showore running Sahara Reporters and Sahara TV. By the way, I worked at Sahara TV. I didn't work at Sahara Reporters. But you can't compare him running Sahara TV to running a country. It's two different things. I can be frying my puff puff now by the roadside. It doesn't mean that I can run Walmart. You know what I mean? Like it's two different. Now I'm not saying that I won't be able to run Walmart if given the opportunity, or that I will be able to run Walmart. But you can't base my performance with what I'm doing in this corner on whether or not I'll be able to run Walmart. Unless you give him the opportunity, how would you know? Unless you give me the opportunity to run Walmart, how would you know? Me, I don't know. Rudolph, why don't you answer this question? You have known Showore a very long time. Why don't you answer that question? I'm not sure why we are discussing Showore on the show. Is there other questions? Are there other
About
questions
Adeola.
that we...
Yeah, exactly. I met two of you almost the same time. So
Oh, stop
no, it's
it.
true. Okay, now.
So I knew him before you knew him.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
I have known Showore a very long time. Yes, I have.
Okay. All right. I really appreciate the candor. Let me conclude it this way then, right? Let me conclude it this way. You are now saying to us that from what you know.
I am not saying anything to us, so be careful how you don't quote me, but say what you were trying to. I have not said anything to us.
No, I'm saying you are not saying resoundingly, yes, he's gonna make a good president. From what you know, you don't know enough, right? You don't know enough to say either way, right? You cannot. You're not now
I did
recommending.
not say that. I said the question is for Showore. I don't know why. Okay, should anybody ask you if I will be a good president? How are you supposed to know? First of all, I'm not running for any office. But how are you supposed to know? Like, the fact that you've seen me on the screen doesn't mean that you actually know me. You know
Okay,
what I mean?
finally, do you think Peter Obi will make a good president?
That's a very good question, and I'm glad that you are asking. And I can already see Rudolph laughing every time I say that's a very good question. I don't know Peter Obi. I've met him once. I know that he's been governor of Rudolph State. So Rudolph can probably say more about him. It's one thing to know someone, it's another thing to see them in the capacity of governing, like governing capacity. It's two different things. How am I supposed to know whether Peter Obi will be a good president or not? I don't know. People said that he transformed Anambra State. I have never been there. I'm pretty sure it looks like America, maybe. I don't know. But I'm just trying to say there's no way for me to know. But I still think we need a change from the government that we have right now. But I'm not saying that this is the person or this. It's not my job to tell you who will be a good candidate. It's my job to criticize whoever is in power so that they do well. Don't push things into my mouth, I beg.
All right, Pansat, thank you. You're muted, Pansat. We're hearing an echo from your end.
Okay, finally then, are
Oh, no.
you recommending that anybody who's running for office should go and be a councillor first, a local government chairman?
I have never said that. I have never said that. But all jokes aside, I know I've been joking since. I know I've been joking.
Okay, that's
But all jokes aside, I think sometimes people want power. It doesn't mean that they want to make a change or a difference. Everywhere that we are as individuals, we actually have the opportunity to make an impact where we are. You don't have to be in politics to start touching lives, to start changing lives. And I think that is something that we forget a lot. And I know that I've been joking a lot, but honestly, it's not about being in politics. If you want to change lives where you are right now, sir, you can make more impact than you. Sometimes we don't know the power we have until we are all in for this goal of trying to make a difference. Let me tell you personally, when I started my foundation and we were trying to make a difference, every now and then that we would do something. Sometimes I will literally cry that God, I didn't think that you could do something as big as this, which may still be little as far as some people are concerned. But for me, it's a huge privilege to be able to touch lives. Now, this is something that has been with me since I was young, trying to make life better for people, trying to make an impact, trying to make a difference, not looking away when I see that these people are in need and so on and so forth. So do I have to be a politician to do that? Heck no. I do not have to be a politician to do that. And I'm grateful for the platform that I have, because now it made it possible for me to do even more. But I've been doing it before I have the platform that I have right now. If you know how I grew up, my parents are missionaries, and we would literally go into the middle of nowhere, spend the weekend there. You sleep on the mat, we'll provide medication, take clothes to them, take people to hospital. When you grow up with that kind of mindset, you don't wait till you have a big platform. Even when I didn't have anything, when I started doing my show, like I said the last time I came on Rudolph's show, how much was I getting paid? I was barely making ends meet. I was shopping at Goodwill, but I would still raise money to touch lives in Nigeria and give account of every single dime that I collected, people's money, and how it was spent on other people. And then gradually I got a bigger platform, and I'm now able to get more money, have board members, and be able to touch more lives. Am I doing any of this as a politician? No. All I'm trying to say is, Yoruba people will say, be Sunday Obatiri at Saturday Latimo. If you want to know how Sunday would look like, look at what Saturday is like. I don't know how to translate that, but I don't think that we need to judge people's character or potential based on when they have political office. You can just look at their record. What have they done where they are? Personally, that is my opinion. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
All right. Thank you, Adeola. Thank you.
A whole lot of sense.
Pansat, no. Thank you. So, Adeola, they say a follow-up question similar to what Pansat asked. I think I should put it out. Someone said, Kulata said, based on what you observed about Shore, why employed, what are his strengths and weaknesses, and how do you see him apply it to Nigeria?
So, first of all, I was never employed by Shore. I was freelancing. There's a difference. I was never a full-time employee. Rudolph, was I? I think you were an employee, right?
No, it's stop.
You were part of the staff, right?
You stayed there longer than me in terms
No,
of.
you stayed longer than me.
More time
but anyways, I was a freelancer. It's different when you're a freelancer. I don't remember the remaining parts of the question, but
No, you have to remember.
What are his strengths and weaknesses? So I don't know why I will be talking about another man's weaknesses, but Shore's strength is very his rapport with anybody and everybody, you know, when he meets you, he will find a common ground, you know, something that you guys can talk about. He's very funny. He's very, very eloquent. Shure is very eloquent. He knows the right things to say at the right time. He goes for the jugular. He's not afraid, you know. He just says this as it is. So he definitely has a lot of strength, and I am not here to talk about any man's weakness. Everybody has their own weaknesses. I have my own weaknesses. I don't know Shore's weaknesses because I am too busy focusing on my own weaknesses. So Shore is someone that you need to meet, that you need to experience. You need to experience Shore. You know what I mean, Rudolph, by experiencing Shore, right? Like he will make you laugh. You will laugh. Of course, you guys will still talk about serious things, but he's actually quite funny, despite all the.
That's what we need. That's not what we need as a president. Somebody's gonna make us laugh, right?
Why do you say that's not who you need as a president? The fact that
we have a lot of problems in the country.
Obama is very funny, and he was a president. I'm not sure what you mean by someone that makes. So you want someone that is boring as president. See, I'm not here to campaign for sure.
All right.
Okay,
we're moving on. We're moving on to somebody else. All right. So Michael, you're next.
All right. Hello, everybody again.
Yeah.
Adeola. Hi. How are you?
I'm
Hello,
good.
sister. I watched your show so much, and I just want to say congratulations on your anniversary.
Thank you.
You're welcome to the market. You're a baby, because I'm 33 years in the business. So
I know. We're officially teenagers in love. So
yeah, that's good. I'm so proud of you, and I see you have a beautiful family. Keep going. So I mean, my question, and you answer some of the question Dr. Rudolph put to you, because about this separation of everybody going to ethnic this thing. And I like the way you answered the Yoruba things, which to me, the last time there was a professor or so that wrote a book, and I asked him the questions. I think, remember, I forgot his name. It was this Yoruba, and I asked the same question. The Yoruba people itself, they have not recovered from Kirishi War. There's no, to me, that's what I'm observing. There's no solid unity among the Yorubas for them to be clamoring for a nation. Because I guarantee you, if you have a nation of Yoruba, if you pull an Egba man there, and the Ibadan man will say he's not qualified, Ekiti man will complain. You see the issue. So I don't know if I'm wrong saying this, that we are not yet, even the Yoruba, like you said, the governors, what are the, even within the Yorubas, let me put it this way, all the Yoruba states in Nigeria today, what are they doing in common that you see that will foster the strong unity, that will live away you are Ijebu, you are Egba, you are Ekiti, you are all those, you know what I mean, those ethnic, because that's for me is a huge factor of being a nation. So, and I'm glad you touched on that. So my question to you is that, will you, as Adeola today, Adeola Fayehun, that you are today, you are given the opportunity to go and serve in Nigeria. Will you take up the gown to say, yes, I'm ready, and then we're going to support you? Question for you.
What do you mean by giving opportunities to serve in Nigeria? It's not as if anybody will call you from the US and say, come on. If you want to run for office, you go home and you start campaigning.
Listen, your show is so popular. Your show is all over the world, Rudolph too. A governor can watch you, can see your potential. He doesn't know you very well, but he can see your potential from distance and say, hello, Miss Adeola, will you come back to Nigeria and serve in my administration in so capacity?
Maybe
will you take it?
Specific. Serve as what?
Okay, hold on. Michael, I don't think you watch her show. She wants to be the first lady. So that is
exactly.
We're working on that. But the other problem she has is that she doesn't have an NYSC certificate.
I didn't go to school in Nigeria. I'm not. I'm not going to go to Nigeria because I
No,
want to serve.
joke apart, Adeola. Let's put joke apart. I'm just serious about this. Like, if the opportunity surface to say,
serve.
okay, yeah.
Okay, so let me answer your question.
Thank you.
First of all, I don't think you can just say you're going from one country to another to serve when you have not been in that system in a really long time. Excuse me. This is 2025. So officially it will be 22 years this year that since I left Nigeria. I have not been in that system. I mean, I go home to visit, but the most I have stayed was 3 months when I was doing an internship. It's a completely different system. I admire those who transition easily, but I have realized that for me, every time I go to Nigeria, after like 2 weeks, I need a break. I need to get out. I can come back, but let me just get out first. Let me take a breather, and then let me come back to Nigeria. So it's really a completely different system. I don't see myself just uprooting myself here to say that one governor wants me to do something. Excuse me. But I think I answered this question in the last question that I addressed. I personally don't believe any governor has to call me before I would serve my country, because I don't believe that I can only serve in a political office. I like to believe that I am serving my country even right now, not just because of the show that I'm doing or trying to enlighten people, but the humanitarian works that I'm doing. Because the whole purpose of what our politicians are elected for, the whole reason why they are in office is supposed to be to make life better for the people. And I
Absolutely.
like to believe that I'm doing my own in my own little corner. I'm not waiting for anybody to call me. So personally, I think that I'm making my own. I think I'm serving in my own way. It may not be the way that maybe other people want, but I like to believe that I'm already serving in my own way. But like to now get up, I don't think you need to get up to go and be in Nigeria before you can serve Nigeria. I'm already serving Nigeria.
Yeah, for a follow up, I understand what you're saying. I'm not meaning that in that way excellent, because like for me, I go to Nigeria as far as I can to do charity, so give back, that kind of sense. If you don't, but what I'm saying is that we are all in diaspora. Some of us may not know that we have some possible changes that we can bring to that country, because we may not be in the forefront of action, but in the back room as advisor. That's what I'm saying, advisor, consultant, and all that. That's what I'm thinking about. Like, we all be here, you've been here 20 something, I've been here, almost going to 40 years. That's something that nobody, all of us here, which most of us in diaspora, don't think we have gained some experience, or we have seen some changes that is possible for that country, Nigeria. That when somebody walk into you and say, can you please give me some ideas or how things work? Because for me, I get to the sense that I love to involve myself in politics in the sense that every election, I volunteer myself to go because I just want to see how the process works so smoothly, so nobody bothers all like this. So I enjoy that a lot. So that's what I'm talking about.
So the reason that I have to be careful in answering that question is, and besides the fact that I know that I'm already serving in my own way, and I'm hoping that I get to do more. Excuse me, and also besides the fact that I don't believe you have to be in politics to serve. If I say here now that, oh yeah, if they give me opportunity, I'll go, then people will say, okay, so you are in it so that you can get into politics. And then if I say no, I'm not going, I'm already seeing a comment that, oh, for someone that criticizes the government, they don't even want to go and make a difference or something. That's not the case. My what I'm trying to say is, I don't have to wait to be called to come and serve. You said that you go home every election to go and volunteer. Did anybody call you? No. But you make yourself available. I can't just say that, oh, I'm here now, vote for me. I have arrived. I'm the one you've been waiting for. I'm not the one that nobody is waiting for anybody that lives abroad to come and fix the country. But I can do what I'm doing and hopefully expand the capacity of what I'm doing. Also, not everybody back home wants you to come from America to say you want to come and fix Nigeria. They even tell you to your face that, so you think those of us here don't know what we are doing. You think that just because you have lived abroad, you can now come, and they even say it to your face. Rudolph, what are you waiting for?
No,
When
I
are you
wanted to
going-
correct something. Just you don't have to fear the process of transitioning from here to there. The new Alhaji for you, the one appointed, just left Canada. He was in Canada just like you, and he's going to go back home and govern people who are traditionally, you have to.
He's a king.
You can do
He's
it.
going back as a king. You are who can do. Why don't you go? I'll follow you. You go. I'll follow
You can do it, Adeola. You can do it.
Mr. Michael, hopefully that answers your question. I honestly am grateful for the privilege to serve. First of all, people don't understand that it's a privilege to serve, and I think that is one of the problems that we have with our leaders. They don't understand what it means to serve. They're supposed to be servant leaders, but many of them don't even know them. They've never even heard of that word, servant leaders. And unless you're a servant leader, you can't really be selfless in your leadership. It will be about you. It will always be about you. And it shouldn't be about you, it should be about the people. So for me, I'm grateful. I have the privilege to serve in the capacity that I'm serving. If God wants me to serve in a bigger capacity, He will give me that opportunity. And I can get maybe a bigger grant now to touch more lives, to build roads, to this. And you're already doing what the government is supposed to do. So I don't think you have to be in politics to make
All
a
right.
difference.
Thank you. Let's go to Revolution, Eunice.
Yeah, hello and greetings to everybody. And Sister, before you go, I'm glad you go, seriously.
Sure, thank you so much.
I enjoy you, seriously.
Thank you.
But on a more serious note, I was sleeping when I joined in. And then I joined in when you were talking about the Igbos want to separate, the Yoruba want to separate. That was when I joined. And you were making a very good point that they need, I think when you were saying it, Rudolph was saying they need power, something like that. Then you say, oh, is it power they want? They have to show what they can do before they enter there, so that we will know what they are going to do. Now, this comes to the point of Sowore now. There are a lot of people who don't like Sowore. The reasons is that they know that I'm a good fan of Sowore, because I know what he can do, and he's been doing it. Whether these people who come and criticize him or not, we all know the game. That game, look at this small boy. He went to that Nigerian game. They will say the young shall grow. But there are many Nigerians who don't want the young to grow. That's all they have against that Sowore. You understand me? So my question will just be based on, I want to know your real view about this type of the young shall grow. Because for me, the only person existing in that country, in my own personal view, is Sowore. No other person exists in that country when it comes to taking over that country and making it good, even Peter Obi himself. So do you think, what chance do we think that Sowore should be given, no matter those who don't like him? But he's the only person I see who can really move Nigeria forward. What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question. So Shora is the only person that you see in that country. You don't see the rest of us other Nigerians. You only see
you are doing your own already.
Existing, you said?
No, what I'm saying, you have
I
said
don't
your
think
own.
Showore would like you saying that he's the only one existing. I'm fighting
Among
for
those,
Showore
what
right
I'm
now.
saying, among those people who are calling themselves politicians, you have been doing your own. You said it that you don't have to be a politician to do anything for Nigeria. So, but among those who we know now, who has put up themselves as presidential candidate, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I wanted to say first of all that Showore has been in this game for a while now. He's run twice. And people used to say then that, oh, he's young. Is this Showore is not young anymore. I think he's going to be how old is he now, Rudolph? He's like 53.
He's going to be 54.
54 next month. His birthday is next month.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I need to call him. Shawara will be 54 next month. And the reason I brought that up is excuse me, the first time he ran was like 2018 or 19.
19.
I think 19. It was
yeah, I think 2019.
Baba's second term. Yes.
I'm just trying to say that it's funny how time goes by quickly. The people that we think are young, they are also now getting to that age that they are no longer as young. Doesn't mean that they are old, but now he's 50 something. There are other people now coming as well with potential. So I think as a nation, we need to start embracing having younger people, because now we are ending up with 70 something. We are getting close to 80 something now. Anyways, I really don't remember what the question is, because I got caught up in trying to straighten that out.
The question is among those who we see nowadays, who are candidates.
But the problem is you are not seeing anybody else. So you just told us Showore is the only person that you see, but now you're asking among those that we have who can do it. You already made up your mind before asking this question, and I know I worked for Showore before, so but I don't think you are open-minded. So even I think you already have the answer to your question before asking the question. Me, I'm not saying that Showore will do a good job or he won't do a good job, but for you to say you don't see another candidate except for Showore, I don't think that is being
Showore
fair.
is Idiagbon style. You know Idiagbon? Because the problem of Nigeria is indiscipline. A lot of Nigerians.
Showore that you want, or Idiagbon, or the idea of Idiagbon?
The idea of Idiagbon is what we see in Showore. No nonsense. We are tired of these stories. We want the job done, and done by force.
So what do you think Showore would do?
But if you ask me, we all know what Showore will do.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. What do you think Showore would
then
do?
you are not. Then I'm sorry to say you are not a real fan of Showore if you say you don't know what Showore can do. Showore will clean.
I never said I'm a fan of anybody. Once you're a politician, you're on my plasma TV. You're my uncle, but I'm not a fan of anybody. I can
Okay, now understood. But what I'm trying to say is that
you get your answer. Rudolph, please do the way you do me. You got his answer.
No, let him. I just want to know, what do you think Showore would do?
I've told you that Showore is Idiagbon-like. Nigeria is indisciplined. People like Pansat, they have to be thrown away from that country because they don't allow. They don't see any other person in that country.
Showore would throw away, like, even if you think Showore would have that mind to do that, we have a federal system of government and it's a democratic government. He can't just do anything on its own if the lawmakers are not in agreement.
Then let me just end by this. If we don't have somebody who can really clean up that country, because we don't have democracy in that country, we just pretend. We need a clean up so that people like Pansat, when they come, when they give them their own time, they stick to their own time, not trying to jump over everybody. That's our problem in that country. No respect. They think they are the best. That's our problem in that country. Thank you. I will stop here.
Revolution, thank you so much.
Don't get the man upset. So I beg. I like the Don't get him upset. So let him drink his tea in peace.
Thank you.
Showore needs to watch this. I don't know why you don't have Showore on this show. I thought I was here as your guest. This whole thing has been about Showore today. Let me call him. He needs to listen in, and he's the one that you guys want to talk to.
All right,
No, he's the one they actually want to talk to.
Let's go to Jonaba. Jonaba has a question for you, not for sure. Jonaba, go ahead.
Dr. Rudy, Adeola, Dr. Dominic, and fellow panelists, thank you for all you do, Adeola. I don't have a particular question for you. I was coming for Pansat. When it gets there, we talk about it. The nation that Peter so raise a block to Peter Obi and all that. We know how to do it, but I just want to use this opportunity to thank you for all you do. You bring a lot of smiles to my sister-in-law. You are one of our best friend in the social media, and also the way you take a serious matter into joke is amazing. It's gifted. The difference between you and my friend Dr. Damages is he wear the cartoon like bishop or pope, but you don't wear that. But so you are good. And Dr. Dominic, I'm inviting you for your mother to bring you to Dallas. There are a lot of good things waiting for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonaba. So let's go to Comrade Omori.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Damages. And congratulations, Madam Adeola, on your anniversary. I thank you for the great job you do. Keep it up. May God bless you immensely for your contribution to humanity.
Thank you.
Having said that, on a more serious note, I think people like Pansat, I thought the last time you promised to mellow down this Showore phobia. I don't know why you feel Showore is your problem in Nigeria. And you said Showore watered down people like Jonathan and people like Obi. I don't know the personal problem you have with Showore. The last time I checked, all the expose Showore did through his Sahara reporters, none of you have been able to come up to debunk any of them.
Hold
on, I was seeing people talking about the possibility of returning about $50-something, $50-something.
Omori, can we focus on our guests? Who can do this later on? If you have anything beef with Pansat, we can settle it when our guest is gone. Let's concentrate.
I think
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think I had a network issue. I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm saying, can we concentrate on what comment or question you have for Adeola so that later on we can deal with whatever you have with
Yeah. I don't really have a question, but people should. I was watching the news about a few days ago. People are still talking about how to return money on the info.
All right. He's having internet problem. Dr. Dominic, you're next.
Is he in Nigeria?
No, he's not in Nigeria.
Wait, is it my turn? Oh.
Yeah.
Well. First of all, let me thank my madam for putting a smile on Nigerians' faces. See, trust me, I've been watching Adeola for years, and like early in the morning as I'm getting ready for work, when I put her voice, I become very happy. See that infectious laugh. But happy anniversary to you and your family.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was really touched by that video that you did about having that health complication. It takes a lot to be vulnerable and share.
Thank you.
People, maternal mortality is something that is very, very high in I hate saying third world countries. Let me just say developing countries, and then to even be aware of that happening in such a nation as the United States. It's very important to highlight those things. I have so many questions, but I won't take the privilege of being a moderator. So maybe I can ask you some on the back end. But I think the biggest question I wanted to ask you is, given what's happening in Nigeria now, it seems like every successive government or regime becomes worse than its predecessor. So, do you think Nigeria is now becoming more restrictive than it has ever been? Putting in the context, like how they are arresting journalists. Some of the prominent ones we get to see on the news, but there are other ones that are arrested. Activists, things like that. I would say it used to happen in the past, but it almost seems like it's worse now. Do you think Nigeria is becoming more restrictive? And what do you think the populace should be doing in terms of like political consciousness, online consciousness, to sort of mitigate those things?
Well, I think that I'm so sorry. I haven't eaten or anything.
Right.
Anyways,
We
I
have
think that things have always been like that, arresting journalists and all. But I think because we are now in the age of social media, people are more outspoken than before. And they also know that they are able to speak and their voices will be heard beyond the shores of Nigeria because of social media. And I think the government is also aware of that and they are trying so hard to contain um excuse me, the I won't say the revolution, but they just don't want to get to that point where they would have to be accountable to the people. So they are trying everything in their power to keep things the way they've always been.
You won't get
But
in trouble
even
if
though,
you say the word revolution, by the way, on this platform.
hmm?
You won't get in trouble if you say the word revolution on this platform. Yeah,
So, but even though they've always arrested journalists and all, I personally don't actually think it's as bad as it used to be. Like at the time where they sent bomb letter to Delhi, um, like at the time where some journalists literally had to leave the country, and I know that that is still happening. People leaving the country. Um, But I think now we're at the age where if someone is threatening you, you can literally go on social media immediately and be like, guys, if anything happens to me, I just want you to know this is happening. This is going on because people didn't have that 15, 20 years ago. They didn't have that opportunity. So it's just their way of trying to make you believe that they are in power, that they are in control. It's like they they still want you to think that they are in control, but really, look at how they arrested that lawyer that we were all fighting for. What's his name again?
the left arrow to me.
Dele Farotimi. If it was in those days, it wouldn't have spread like it did the same day that he was arrested. We may be hearing about it some days after. But now people knew the same day. By the next day, it was already everywhere. It limited what they could do. He came out alive. I don't know if that was the plan,
But
and
the
I'm not
context,
insinuating anything.
but Adeola, the context in this day and age is that this is supposedly a democratic dispensation. I know what you're talking about, cyanide, bomb
Yeah.
in a military regime. So is it more alarming now that it's this
It has always been. I don't think we've ever truly practiced democracy in Nigeria. I don't think there's any one government that was true to this democracy thing where no journalist was picked up and all. Was there any, Rudolph?
No, but the extent it differs from government to government. I think Jonathan was more
Lenient.
Yeah, he wasn't as
So definitely the last Alhaji and the present Alhaji's tenure, they've been more intolerant and trying to clamp down on journalists. So yeah, definitely I agree with you.
All right.
This is more of a comment for her question, but she doesn't have to answer it here.
No.
Thank you for what you're doing with Car Foundation. I like how you release those videos of things that are happening, how you are going to IDP camps and helping people. I'm curious in the digital space with what you're doing. Are you thinking of, delving into like medical healthcare literacy? I know you're not a physician, but I think there's space for someone like yourself who knows how to address very serious situations with a little bit of humor, just to make it palatable in this day and age when people are very distraught and depressed about what's happening in Nigeria. And I definitely can offer some advice if you want as a physician. So because that's something I would like to do for people, but I don't have the wherewithal to do that. So if I have an avenue of at least reaching out to people and tell them, non-communicable diseases are now what's killing more Nigerians than infectious diseases, as it was maybe 30, 40 years ago. So I just wanted to put it out there. You can always
do you have his contact? You should link me up with him. Definitely.
All right, no problem. I have
and are you in New York or are you in Atlanta? Where are you now?
I am everywhere, my brother. I'm right at your back right now. You just don't see me.
Yeah,
Look outside your window. Look outside your window.
Yeah, okay.
All right. One last question. That's from Declan.
Oh boy. Hi, Declan.
Hi, I didn't have any questions. I was just here to defend you.
I didn't know Declan was coming. Let me upload the video of Declan eating pounded yam like no man's business.
There was one question that Emir of ABJ asked.
Oh yes, thank you, Declan.
Which is a good one. Who is your mentor in humor? I thought that was a nice question.
Is it? These Sahara people have taken over the show. And okay, Adeola, yeah.
My mentor in humor?
Yes. Or who do you watch currently?
Ooh. My dad was very funny. He was a pastor, but he was very funny at home. And he was always talking about those politicians making life tough for people. So I grew up with that. But when I was in grad school, I was doing videos, like news videos, and they will give all of us the same assignment. And I will always think I need to stand out somehow. So I will make my own funny. And everybody would laugh, And then after grad school, I started reporting about Africa before Sahara TV, before we started Sahara TV. And it was Abi Ishola that was producing me at the time. Do you remember Abi?
Mm-hmm.
And so she always liked when I put in the funny aspect. So I started doing that. And then when I started working at Sahara, I didn't bring that show. I didn't continue with the show. I was producing Dr. Damages. And then towards the end of the year, I was like, I want to go back to what I was doing. And then I started doing that show. The one person that really inspired me, it's so funny because she was just starting at the time, but now she's like a worldwide phenomenon. Lily Sign. Do you know her? She's Indian.
Oh.
I started watching Lily before she got to 100,000 subscribers. I don't know how many millions of subscribers she has now, but I always loved how she just started at the time. And I always loved how she was making everything quick, and funny. So now she has 14 million subscribers. So she definitely inspired me.
Lily Singh.
Yeah.
Oh, I know you somewhere. Yeah. She's always funny, made like music videos and stuff.
Yes.
But I think you're unique anyway, to be honest.
Thank you. So yeah. I would say it's my dad and Lily. Those people, the two of them definitely inspired.
Do you watch late night shows?
Yes, I also love the late night shows, but at the time, just answering his questions, those were the main people that inspired me.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, the late night shows, the person I love the most in the late night show, oh God, what's his name? He does it a week after.
Oh, Oliver. I love the movie. Oliver, from Britain.
Yes. Last week with John
yeah.
Oliver.
Yeah.
I love him.
Okay. All right. Declan, any other comments?
Hey, Declan, this is all your question.
Declan, there were many questions about Shower. Maybe
Could
you
I
can
get one more in here?
So I logged on to back up Adeola, and everybody's saying Adeola's dodging questions, but Rudolph didn't answer.
So Declan, maybe you answer those questions
Declan,
about
am I dodging question? Would I know
I'm
if
saying the
Declan
comments
would
are
be
saying this, but nobody's criticizing Rudolph for evading the same questions.
All right,
Declan, if they ask me whether you will be a good president, how am I supposed to know? Can you answer if I will be a good president? No, you cannot. But
Can I get one more in before she goes?
No.
Is it possible?
Every country needs a Showeredo. Every country needs someone that would, do the kind of work that Showore does, exposing corruption in high places, and publishing all those stories, publishing evidence that they ordinarily could have shut down a media company for, and so on, pissing them off to the point where they sued him a number of times, right? Every country needs a Showore, that I would say.
That's
Right.
Adeola. Is that what we call expose?
Huh?
Is that what we call expose?
Yeah, Chora is a hero in doing those kinds of work. So every country needs. I can see revolution clapping. If Sahara reporters were to have been in Nigeria, they would have shut it down a long time ago. Like when he started doing what he does.
I like that we brought up Shore because I mean, I'm a big fan of Shore. I know Adeola would say I'm not a fan of Shore. That's fine. Working for Shore.
I did not say I'm not a fan of Shore or that I'm not. I just said I don't have any preference. I cannot be a fan of anybody in per se if you are in politics.
All right. We have hold on. Dominic,
one thing I wanted to mention was I don't think a lot of people understand if you have watched Shore from when was vying for his his first election. One thing people fail to understand about Showere's type of activism is he doesn't just say it, he demonstrates it. And for me, I never really took it to heart that Shore was going to win either of the elections. But through him actually being there on the ground, going to different states, showing the electoral process, how corrupt it is, how it pushes down the little candidates, how the numbers are manipulated, it made it even more tangible to Nigerians. So not only is he in America saying it, he's down in Nigeria demonstrating how the system stifles people who want to make change. That's the type of activism that I think is shown. People think he's running because he actually wants to win. I don't think so, personally.
All right.
You don't think he wants to win? You think he's
there's a little part of him, but I think he actually
please let me say something, Rudolph.
I'm
please.
trying to help Adeola.
Based on what I say, let me say something, right?
No, hold on, Pansat, hold on.
Dr. Dominic.
Okay. All right.
Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Let me say that.
Go ahead. Pansat, go ahead.
Okay. I have a little stuff. Let me say that all of us agree that Showore is one of our heroes. Showore is a great activist, right? So it should be made clear here to those people, such as Revolution. I know what I did when Showore was being disrespected. Showore is a great activist, a courageous guy. That is a totally different thing from the harm he's causing us by not having good judgment. In every election, there comes a time when you have a binary choice. You give it your shot, you're not going to make it like we do here. At some point, then you're going to have to fold your thing and join whichever one is the better candidate. You can go all the way bad mouthing who the people have chosen. In the case of Peter Obi, whom Showore cannot stand his shoes in any of the virtues, including corruption.
That's your view. That's your view, Mr. Pansat.
Used to be in the PDP, but that's not a good enough reason to say he used to be in the PDP. Therefore, he's condemned forever. He should not run.
Pansat,
So,
thank you.
I want Revolution,
Pansat,
Dr. Dominic,
please.
the clan, who's going to answer more questions.
Pansa, yeah, that's what I want to do. I want us to end this so that Adeola can leave, where you guys can have your conversation about Shore. But forefathers, do you have a question before Adeola leaves?
Not much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Dr. Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers, of course, and special greetings to Adeola. I do watch your videos, and I don't have too much to complain about. When I don't have much to complain about, I don't tend to show up. But if you look at the Nigerian space today, do you have hope for things to be transformed for the better? And
I definitely do. If I don't have hope, I won't be doing what I'm doing. Nigeria will get better someday.
yeah, the question is
that.
the question is, how do you picture, what way do you picture it happening? We elect a great leader or something?
I think it has to start from the grassroots. You see, when the NSAS protests broke out and people didn't see it coming.
Thank you very much.
They didn't expect it. But I think the way things are right now in Nigeria is getting to the point where the big people will start feeling the heat soon. If there's nothing else for people to eat, they will still turn around and they will visit the people who have food very soon. And I think it will start with the local government and all, from the grassroots. The young people that we have today in Nigeria, they don't have the patience that our politicians want them to have, especially telling people to make sacrifice when they themselves are not making the sacrifice. So I think the young people, at some point, the young people, we would revolt against the system, and the revolution that would eventually lead to real change will happen when people will say, you can't kill all of us. The protests that happened in Kenya recently, like, the whole world stopped to pay attention to what's happening in Kenya. People got to know about what's happening in Kenya. It lasted for several days, and someone just said that Adeola claiming Nigeria will get better shows she can be trusted. No, Nigeria will get better. We may need people like Rudolph, and Declan. And let me not say Declan because he's not Nigerian citizen. No offense, Declan. You are more Kenyan than American even. But we need all the people on this panel, for example, to, put in their own culture and do what you can for the change to happen. I still think Rudolph should run for governor of Anambra State. So we need all hands on deck. But I strongly believe that Nigeria will get better. It has taken way longer than I was hoping for. I had been hoping for a change now for years. And it will happen someday, but so far it's taking longer than I was hoping for.
All right, thank you so much. When you see Koledo, what will you tell him about what happened to you today?
What happened to me?
Yeah.
Nothing happened to me now. Everything has been good. Koledo is here the whole time. He was filming.
Zion, hi.
Zai. Say hello, uncle.
How are you?
She just woke up.
Okay. All right, Adeola, thank you. If you have any final concluding thoughts, otherwise, we really appreciate it.
I wanted to say thank you so much for having me on the show. Somebody is feeling left out. I wanted to say thank you so much for having me on the show. It's been real. And this is where I sign out.
Okay.
See, these are my employers. They have come to... Yeah, these are my employers. They've come to...
Can Victor show his face?
He's not home.
Okay.
Baba, say hello.
All right. Hello.
Hello.
they've come to tell me to round up that what's taking so long? It's not
everything power.
All right. Thank you, Adeola.
Thank you so much for having me. And this is where I say, all right, y'all, it's been real and I'm keeping it real. I've been here. Don't forget to follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And next, until next time, I'm gonna see y'all later. Peace out.
All right. Thank you. See you.
Well.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èèyàn.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying with us. I appreciate all of you. For those questions that Adeola did not answer, let's throw it at Declan.
Should I bring him to the hot table?
Yeah, we bring him up. Bring him up.
Okay, I'll bring him up.
I don't know how to do that. Bring him, move forefathers away. Move.
I don't give a heart attack.
I don't know how to do that. Whenever I see that, I say, "Oh, some people are better than me."
You have to grab. Let me not say anything.
Okay, I will laugh. So Declan, welcome.
Yeah, hi everybody.
I know you didn't prepare for this, but so we you met Adeola last month in Kenya, and you guys met and talked, and I know that you told me that there are similar things going on in Kenya that are similar to what's happening in Nigeria, including suppression of civic society and voices against the government. Can you just briefly give us a little update? We'll invite you to the whole show for this.
I think that like abducting political opponents is alive and well pretty much across the continent. We just had for example, we had and maybe the facts have come out different, but we had a Tanzanian journalist who was abducted today in Nairobi. She was apparently released. I don't know any of the details, but we had a bunch of abductions last month in Kenya. There's been something like 52 political abductions since June in Kenya. We had, Ugandan opposition leader Besigye Kizi. He was just abducted in December. And then we've got everything that's going on in Nigeria. So this is definitely what people are choosing to use. And there's a parallel, right? So, I mean, it was interesting. You were asking somebody earlier questions in terms of, Tinubu is saying that the hard times are ahead of us, but we need to kind of sacrifice now for a longer term improvement. But this is the same rhetoric that's being used in Kenya, and I would argue that actually the government in Kenya has taken more austerity measures than what Nigeria is doing, although I don't know all the specifics in terms of Nigeria. But this is whether people are drawing all the parallels or not. I think that sometimes people draw superficial parallels between countries and say, okay, well, this is identical here, it is there. In this case, I think that there's a lot going on where there's a lot of similarity between Kenya and Nigeria, at least.
Okay. Now, the story in the news today is about Tinubu banning homosexual activities in the military and transgender and stuff like that. And people are saying that he was doing this so that he will be in the good books, or he could do it because Trump is coming in and Biden is leaving. He wouldn't have done it when if Biden or Harris were to continue. What do you think is the impact of Trump coming in, especially in Africa, where all these people now will feel that Trump may not really care about what they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's true. I think Trump is a very transactional president. And if he's not transactional, then he's going to be personally motivated. And, you know, as I've said before, I mean, Africa is the least priority when it comes to U.S. foreign policy. And so it's afforded the least resources, it's afforded the least amount of attention and thought. But I think that what we did see in Trump's last presidency was
Rudolph,
an enthusiasm.
Could I log in through my regular phone?
Yeah, do that and start.
Yeah, he's enthusiastic about countering Chinese influence, and I think that's a major kind of geopolitical question point for Africa. So I think we'll see a lot of movement on that. And then I guess the last point is when Trump took over from Obama, he kept most of the Africa programs, right? No matter how dopey they were, he kept most of them. I think we'll see something similar this time, especially a lot of the big infrastructure projects and trade deals like the Libido Corridor or trade agreements.
All right, let me open it up to people. Anybody has a question for Declan? All right, Michael, go ahead. Pansat,
yes, I do. My battery is very low.
Okay, let's hold on. Let's give Pansat a chance. Pansat, go ahead.
What I'm saying, if you want, I could log in with regular line. I wouldn't have video. Is that okay?
No. Go ahead. Go ahead with your question, please. Let's
okay.
So, let's start with
okay.
you.
Look, welcome back, Declan, the show again, right? And yes. I remember you and I having to go at it the last time you were here. Part of the reason is that your magazine wrote 151 articles against Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala with one neutral. The rest of it were negative press. But the international organizations gave you a finger because they think that she is good. So my question is about Sowore, who I believe you're advocating for. And we were asking, would Sowore make a good president based on your affiliation with him? You worked with him before. So I have a follow-up to that. Could you first answer that question by telling us if you make a good president for Nigeria and why? And then I'll do my follow-up, and then I'll listen from my inside the house. Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I think the first thing is Sowore, you know, as an activist, and then essentially the founder of a small and medium-sized business, right? Sahara Reporters was not this massive sized business. You know, and he built a news platform and an investigative reporting platform. I don't think that those experiences are necessarily adequate enough to be president of a massive country. Right on the back of that, I think it's also important to notice, I think Adeola may have mentioned, I don't necessarily think that this was Showore's overall intention. I think his intention was to be highly disruptive to a system that needs to be disrupted. And wanted to advance those kinds of disruptive activities through kind of civil discourse. I think that was his overall intention. Okay. And everybody that I know who was attached to him would more or less kind of say the same thing in terms of his intent.
Okay. All right. Finally, let me say this. He was here and himself. And then I asked him a question because he keeps saying they're all the same, right? So I didn't see a nexus between Peter Obi and Tinubu at the time. So I keep scratching my head. I'm going, why does he keep saying they're all the same? So I came to theorize that it's probably on the economic system that they're capitalists. So when he came here, I asked him point blank, are you a capitalist or are you a communist? So now he answered it by, I'm going to quote him now. The very first sentence was, I am not a capitalist, full stop. You could look it up on one of the episodes here, maybe a month ago. And then he went on to elucidate the virtues, extolling the virtues of communism. And he says that communism has changed, though, so you really will not be able to recognize those founders of communism today.
All right, I think
now
it's
the difference
frozen.
between a socialist and a communist, aside from not owning private property, is the means by which you come to power. Okay, can you hear me now?
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Round
Okay.
up because you're breaking up.
So, let me make it fast. My battery, my system. So he says he wants to come to line, please. So I need him to comment on this. So the clan, he says he wants to come to power by revolution. The difference between a revolution, a communist and a socialist is the means by which you come to power. So do you think Showore is a communist? That's the question.
I mean, so look, I didn't see what Shawari said.
Did you hear me?
I've known Shawari for years. Communist is not the first
is a
description that would come to the top of my mind. That's, that's definitely a question you have to ask him. I mean, what did he say? Did he say he was a communist?
All right. Thank you, Pansat.
Well, you tell me, what do you think?
I told you, communist is not what the first word that comes to my mind when I think of Shawari. I mean, I'd like to think I have an understanding of his politics. I definitely don't want to, speak for his own political positions because they are nuanced. But communism, I'm not sure we've ever discussed that. And Shawari and I've had a lot of conversations over the years.
Okay, but you know that he's not a capitalist, though, right? Did you know that?
I would assume he would be, but it's going to depend on these are also frameworks and ideas that are subjective, right? So
no, it's not. No.
No, I mean it is because he might have a different opinion of capitalism
hold on.
than me.
Hold on. That is not that's not your style. What you're doing now is not your style. You have to call it the way it is.
I am. I'm saying I don't. You're asking if I think he's a communist, and I'm saying no.
Hold on.
And then you're saying, do you know he's not a capitalist? And I'm saying I don't really know that either. I mean, these are questions to put to him.
Ask Dr. Damages. He said that. He said it.
Well, Rudolph is entitled to whatever opinion he wants. I mean,
no, right. But it's a serious point because you know that we're in that country. We need Showore. Showore is a very important person in our country in this fight, right? But he's been costing us a lot of headache. When we have Buhari today, because he keeps saying that Jonathan and Buhari are the same. He keeps saying that Peter Obi and Tinubu are the same, and they're not the same, right? So if those people who support him know that he's saying that because of capitalism, then that makes a difference. We can understand where he's coming from.
I think also Shawari would probably, but I can't speak for him. He would probably say that you're over obsessing on his opinion on some of these things, right? Like
no, I asked Dr. Damage.
Either on the bus or you're off the bus, right? So he's not a fan of Obi. He's not a fan of Tinubu, and he'll list a whole bunch of reasons. And I don't think that economic theory is going to be at the center of Shawari's advocacy. Right. So you can draw whatever conclusions you want, but I just never heard Shawari articulate his perspectives in that manner before.
No, thank you very much. But if you're an American and you know that private property ownership is important, If somebody is talking about a revolution, right, that's the means by which communists come to power is by revolution. Like you see the guy right here who's called revolution right down there. So they want to be a revolutionary, which is okay, but you have to be honest and tell people that you're a communist. And therefore, it's nothing they're going to find out later, because it's very important that if you're telling people you cannot own your house, you cannot own a business, everything is going to be a centrally command stuff from the government. You have to let people know that, especially if you are jettisoning some of our good candidates based on that philosophy. Do you understand?
All
Because
right.
it makes no sense. Thank you.
Pansa, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Let's go to other people and other top subject matters. Okay, let me go from Michael. Okay, Dominic, let me start from you.
Okay. First of all, there's no one man who has the power to twist people's hands to vote a candidate or to not vote a candidate. Much of what you can do is offer opinions on things, and people either believe you or they don't believe you. Everyone has freedom of speech. Everyone has freedom of association. Everyone has freedom of their franchise to decide to accept a cup of beans, 5,000 naira, to believe what Showore says or to not believe what Showore says. Single-handedly painting a picture that one man overturned or influenced an election such that your candidate did not win the election, and the candidate that you supposedly think he was supporting won, is, I think it's a little bit, ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. You are the one who's ridiculous, Dr. Dominic.
I did not.
It's not ridiculous.
I did not insult you. I'm saying the idea that you're proposing that one man could single-handedly made the difference is what I find ridiculous. I'm not insulting you as a person, so I'm not sure why he's referring to me directly as being ridiculous. We'll try to keep things civil here.
All right, thank you.
That's what I wanted to mention. I don't know what the obsession is with discussing Showore. If you want Showore to come back as a guest, we can definitely do that. But I don't get the whole keep like going round and round and round in circles. Yeah, I know you don't want to say it, Rudolph, but I'll say it for you.
Rudolph, are you on the phone with Showore?
Okay. So, Rudolph, can I go on with my question?
Michael, go ahead. Michael, go ahead.
All right. Hi, Declan. Nice to see you. I mean, my first time I see you on the platform. All right. I have a question for you. I believe you have traversed and traveled a lot within Africa itself. And I know the way I see things, you know much about Africa as a whole. So my question to you is what do you think about this new nation that been created, the Sahel, and into conjunction to this recent new president in Ghana? Because now ECOWAS seems to be, they kind of in a back pedal, whereby you see these Sahel regions, you have Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, kind of pushing them back with the influence of the French, the Francophone. So what do you think, since you've been to Africa, you've traveled a little bit wide and know the political terrain? So what do you think about this new nation and with the new president in Ghana?
So you're talking about this kind of block that's formed with like Burkina Faso and
right,
and so that's what you mean? Okay,
exactly. Yeah, that's that's it. Burkina Faso, Mali,
right,
and Niger. They are the form new nation controlled by the military that are forming their own sense of this unity among themselves, and they seem to have taken another trajectory of now owing, especially when you look at Burkina Faso and Niger, that they are now control their economy, whereby they are forcing France to buy their natural resources at their own detective prices, which the French have been taking for so many years. So now and then as I'm told, we're talking today, I think about 2 or 3 days ago, there have been almost 19 or 20 coups staged against Traore in Burkina Faso. And they've been finding out that it's been organized and engineered with the French support them doing that. So I just want to hear your opinion on what do you think will be the best in terms of Africa, the way they're going. Do you think there's any success to them or anything that we can take as an example, especially with us coming from Nigeria, that we can see that it can make changes?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the developments in I'll call it kind of Western Sahel. It's not just it's not the entire Sahel region, which is a complicated region to kind of define geographically. But with regard to these states who've created an economic alliance, on balance, look, if you've got African states looking to build stronger trade relations and stronger affinities, then I think that this is a positive thing. There's no inherent issue with that. The problem that I see is if you look at these governments, they're inherently anti-democratic. They're certainly not elected. And they're going to be managing their affairs in a way which is not promoting a social contract between whatever governance practices they have and the public. And you can see that in the rhetoric. I think that this kind of taking on France, which is a controversial and messy actor in Africa, this is just helping to kind of distract people from a lot of the other kind of anti-democratic stuff that's going on. That's overall my perspective. Because of this block that they've created, they're trying to leverage that and say, look, there's actually an alternative future for the rest of the continent, and that you don't need to fall within these blocks, which have already kind of been established in conjunction with or at the request of Western powers. But that's essentially what I think they're doing. I think it's a lot of rhetoric, and they're going to be having tremendous trouble, over the next 5 to 10 years. And they're going to choose to kind of blame outsiders for that. But to quote Shakespeare, the fault is not in the stars, but in ourselves, right? So they're going to be the ones who are responsible for what happens in the future. With regard to Ghana, I mean, I think on balance, I mean, Mahama's back in power. He's a known entity. Not a lot of, I think, surprises there. I would have preferred to have a leader who was fresh and would bring kind of new ideas. That's ultimately obviously it's not my call, but I am worried that we constantly recycle elites, and some people go, they come back in, and we don't have enough new ideas.
All right, thank you, Michael. Let's go to Janaba.
Okay, Rudy, thank you again. My question to Deccan, I think I've asked you before in a light note, and it's still the same, but I'll further out that stuff. Do you have a Kenyan girlfriend?
No, I do not at present.
Okay. Is it
Rudolph keeps taking them all.
All right. I heard what you say answering to Michael AD. My question to you then, is it fair or is it in a good notion if African people see you because you are American citizen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we see you where we cannot survive. Are you using the white privilege, and also are you like a CIA to Africa?
I missed the first part. I heard the second part. If
white
I was
privilege, do you?
No, I heard that, but I didn't know with regard to what.
Oh, in Africa, I think. Is that what you're saying, Janaba? Do you?
Of course.
Okay.
Do I have white privilege in Africa? Is that
Yeah,
that the question? Yeah, of course. There's an element of that. It manifests in different ways. With regard to that, okay, so let's. I mean, since I do get that question a lot, I mean, let's unpack what white privilege looks like across a couple of different registers, right? Yeah, inherently, because of how global order and imperialism has evolved, it's imbued with white supremacy, and that means that everything in terms of systems, in terms of outlook, in terms of people perceive me as inherently more honest because I'm from the United States and because I'm white. All of these things are just biases, but this is the reality of the world that we live in. What I will say is, my observation is that particularly with kind of the new generation of 20-somethings, that is less pronounced than what we would have seen kind of in the past. And the indicators that I have for that is there's not as much kind of surliness associated with like my social interactions with younger people, under 30, than it would have been, years ago, or even people kind of above 30 or even older. So I think that the novelty of this is wearing thin in some social situations, but yeah, it's there. For sure. I'm not ignorant to that. And then CIA stuff, people are very funny with this because they assume that because you know lots of things, that it's because you work for a foreign government. And that's funny, but the reason you learn things is because you really dedicate time to speaking with people and listening to them and understanding those perspectives and reading books to understand places. And so the reason people think that is because I put in a lot of effort to connect, not because I'm there to do sneaky things.
Thank you for your honesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Revolution.
One more time, brother. Hello, man, Dylan. I think I've seen you before, but I never had the opportunity to throw in something on you. But you just said something now about you were asking this question of Sahel. And the way you put it, I disagree so much because you were saying that those guys were not democratically elected. Is there any country in Africa that is democratically elected? I'm talking, for example, Nigeria. But you can see that those military government were welcomed by their people without the election, but they came in just like what we're talking about Shore now. If someone like Shore comes in, like people who are afraid of revolution, the only solution to solve Nigerian problem is revolution. For example, now, if Shore comes in through that revolution, now people will say he was not elected. But that is what the people want. You understand what I'm saying? So I disagree sometimes when in your capacity that you say that these Sahel leaders were not elected. But they are what the people want, because those ones who claim to be elected were not elected, first of all. And when they come in there, it's my turn, they can't do nothing. They're not equipped with the knowledge. So I don't know. That's what I wanted to say. Maybe you have another view about it, or I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of these countries in West Sahel, I mean, these are dynamic and ethnically diverse countries. There's a lot of regionalism and regional political attitudes, and nobody asked them what their feelings were in terms of the way forward. What you had were, which is typical of coups, you had middle rank, not senior or junior rank officers, seizing control because they had, a couple dozen, not hundreds, not millions, more soldiers, and then they occupied communications installations and the presidential palace, and then they said that they're in charge. There's lots of people who are supportive of this, right? And this is where a lot of analysts get it wrong. They say, okay, well, this is just blatantly evil and wrong. There are lots of people who believe that that what they did was correct and representative of their attitudes, and there's lots of people who don't believe that. And the idea of democracy, particularly in pluralistic societies, is that we need to find a way to make both sides kind of meet. And that everybody in, let's say, Burkina Faso was in agreement with how their leadership is constructed, then the government would not be spending so much time yelling about the French and blaming other people. They would kind of get on with governance in their work, and that's not what's happening. They don't know how to do it, and they won't. I don't think they'll be successful.
All right.
I'm going to ask my question only. Is that okay?
Oh, I thought forefathers.
Okay. I just want to ask. So, Declan, I just following up on what you just said. Do you think there's any justification for a military takeover when there's people who are in power, the civilians, are not practicing proper democracy or are not really yielding the dividends of democracy? They're doing things like changing the constitution and extending the terms instead of like finishing at the second term. They will change the constitution to have third term, and then they'll be able to run again. So essentially doing a constitutional coup. Do you think does that setting offer some level of justification to having a coup? So are you really against a coup taking over a proper democratically elected government that actually is, yielding the division of democracy? Or are you against any form of military takeover, no matter the setting in which it happens, even if the democratic person or leader turns into a dictator? That's my question, and I'll head up.
Yeah, I mean, so if we move from the specific cases of Western Sahel and just talk more theoretically, I think that there would be scenarios where military intervention would be acceptable. And there would have been examples kind of historically where that would have been okay, in my opinion. Similarly, right, if we start talking more about kind of theory and then also my thoughts, right, like I'm not opposed to revolution, right? I'm not opposed to mass uprisings. I'm not opposed to in certain circumstances having civil unrest destroy public property, and all of that. I'm okay with that as a theory, which a lot of people maybe would say they don't agree with, but I'm okay with it.
You do understand some of these countries have resources, but they don't have mines to, like, for example, I think Burkina Faso has gold, but they often ship the gold out, and then some of the value chain products, they don't earn the dividends of it because they ship out the raw gold. And supposedly the guy who's in there now is thinking about or maybe he has built like a gold mine. I mean, these are just things that I hear here and there, whether or not they actually.
Sure. I mean, so let's use the example of like Burkina Faso, right? So like if we look at external financing, right, essentially lending or access to finance and money to have large national development projects, such as gold refinery or anything like that. So financing, if you look at kind of the credit system, right, which gives African countries lower credit ratings, which makes things more difficult. If we look at kind of global trade, there is a gap for African states and African communities accessing these things equitably or fairly. And that's important, right? Like ultimately there needs to be reform to these institutions and practices in order for things to kind of be more fair and effective for people. Do we really think that the heads of state of Burkina Faso are ready to take on those very complicated policy challenges? They're not, right? And they're not having the degree of self-awareness necessary to say, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to build in a transitional government, and we're going to make sure that over a period of time, the instruments of power will be handed to somebody, maybe us, maybe somebody else, but somebody where there's some consent with the public. They're not doing that. So no, there's enormous problems here, and it's not actually advancing. If we look at the continent as a single entity, it's not advancing anything in a positive way for African countries.
I'm sorry that you are saying this, because where they have democracy, where you believe in, there's nothing happening there. Nothing is happening there. Where they have this so-called democracy that you guys believe in, is getting worse there. So why are you against the people who come in like the military through revolution? Because it's a kind of revolution. Where you people want the people, like you are saying now, it's not connected to the people. How do you know? Nigeria, did we put that man in there, for example? A whole nation as rich as Nigeria is, people can eat. You support that system. Why?
No, so by the way, I mean, if we were to talk about the United States or the UK, these countries are trailing backwards in terms of democracy indicators. I mean, we had only 4 years ago we had an insurrection that could have cost the lives of lawmakers. I mean, the U.S. is not doing well. So I'm not holding a comparison between the two and saying we need to be more like the U.S. I'm speaking from this is the idea, and then this is what I'm seeing play out. So just because it's one example is worse or better than the other doesn't mean everything is okay. It's not.
But Declare, let me follow up on that question that Revolution asked. Sorry, Rudolph, I'm sorry about it. Because we African, we have seen this experience decline, and then you know it. And everybody in this planet, we see what happened to Gaddafi. Libya was the best nation in Africa. Every citizen in Libya, when Gaddafi was there, please, everybody go and read the history. They have free education, free medical, free everything. They have houses entitled to them in Libya. Even some of my colleagues when I was young, you're talking about the 70s, I have a Ghanaian who lives with me. He wants to go to Libya. Gaddafi was good for that. But the moment Gaddafi said that, because remember, Gaddafi was trying to create another African Union within this current one, that they want to tie their economy to their own natural resources. This is what brings the Western world against it. And I know you know that France was really, they really engineered, and I will say it clear, they really engineered the removal of Gaddafi. That they won and they created all this story. Libya was the excellent example of African nation in Africa. They have the money, and Gaddafi was able to use that money for every single citizen with their oil money. They have everything in Gaddafi. But look at Libya today. That's my close. Thank you very much.
Could I go on?
No, Pansad, no, don't do this, because there are people who are here to speak, and I'm about to make an announcement, and we have to round up. But I want, I think it's Forefathers that will say something, then I'll make some announcements. Yeah, Forefathers, go ahead.
Thank you for having me. This in greetings, Declan. I'm curious about your thoughts on this. I don't want to hold you responsible for the scenes or whatever you want to describe it of people of your cousins, let's put it that way. In the context of Nigeria, I'll ask one question regarding the current government, what you've seen that they've gotten wrong, that has gotten Nigeria to this state of affairs. And secondly, regarding Africans, part of the problem with African countries is that they are not secure. And say, for instance, one African country is looking to go nuclear or ballistic, whatever you want to call it, submarine, whatever you want to call it. We want to be able to defend ourselves. Is that the kind of stuff you will support? And do you think, because the people that tend to stop other people from doing it are your cousins that want to stop other people from doing it. And would you recommend that they don't stop Africa because we need to be able to defend ourselves? And if they don't like it, do you see a situation whereby Africans should stand their ground and reclaim their own sovereignty. In other words, be able to defend and protect their own sovereignty. Because going back to what you just said about the Sahel nations, Macron just this week basically said African countries don't have sovereignty. That's basically what he said. He said without France, African countries don't have any sovereignty. So, and the reason why he said we wouldn't have sovereignty is because of that their security capability. So if Africans are going to do that now, we want to take charge of our own affairs. I will get your own opinion from that in terms of, do you think Africans should have a right to do that without your cousins coming along to tell us, no, you can't do that? And that's your own opinion. Then what do you think Africans should do? Should we have to do that while you are amongst Africans? Should we have to do that? Because if we don't do that, we know the consequences eventually. Now that is that. Then I'll go on a more geopolitical. No,
Okay.
just wanted, 3 questions. This is the first time I've asked 3 questions. So one is about Nigeria, what the current government got wrong. This one is, the second one is about we as a people, do we have a right to defend ourselves? Do you support it? And if that's your own personal opinion, then in terms of even without your own opinion, should we go ahead with it knowing the consequences, whatever it's going to lead to? Then in terms of the greatest threat to the world today, based on reward, when you get rewarded by what you've done in the past, if I'm to contextualize it, I would say some people won the First World War, won the Second World War after they nuked a few people here and there, and now they created a new world order. And you can see that order they created, they are actually watching it fall apart because of their own actions, and because the world that they created, another power is rising. And they are willing to put us in a serious situation, to the point whereby they are fighting a nuclear power right now. So the question I wanted to ask you was that, based on this, who do you see as the greatest threat to humanity today? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of what I think went wrong with the current Nigerian government, I think that was the first question. I mean, it's the same as all others, right? Essentially, we've got people in positions of power who aren't servant leaders, right? They have been waiting for their turn to eat, and they don't want to be distracted by people calling for accountability or proper governance.
All right. So, Declan, we can't hear you. Just in case you are still speaking, the internet is frozen.
Yeah, some people are saying I'm not asking for permission. I already know my own opinion. I'm asking about his own opinion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Internet jumped. So yeah, I mean, I think did I land on my point in terms of Nigeria?
Yeah, you said that they felt they see a chance to eat and they don't want to be interrupted. Yeah.
In terms of like nuclear power in Africa, I assume you're talking about nuclear weapons and you're not talking about energy and
everything. Yes, our ability to defend ourselves. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look. So I think I think with nuclear power, if it can obviously be done responsibly, because there is a lot of risk associated with those types of projects, if it can be done responsibly and everything's put together correctly, and I'm by no means a scientist or an expert on that, then I think that any country should be able to pursue that as they feel like they need. In terms of nuclear weapons, I'm of the opinion that we need to be reducing nuclear weapons, and we don't need to be having more states with them. We don't need to be having existing states with more of them. I think we need to do away with this. And I'm on record saying that we need to deproliferate and to get rid of these things. So that's my opinion. So no, I'm not interested in any country anywhere having more of them. I forget the geopolitical question. Oh, what's more of a risk to the world? Look, I am really, over the last years, I'm viewing the world less in terms of what are ultimately failed or failing Westphalian states, and much more concerned about decentralized communities and the kinds of destruction that we're doing to ourselves. I think the proliferation of misinformation is really problematic and exacerbates all sorts of other global security issues. That's what I'm actually more concerned about. I'm not worried about any single state, the US or Russia or China. I'm worried about just a kind of a dumbing down of everything everywhere. That's what I'm worried about. And because ultimately what that ends up happening is you've got so much misinformation, you've got so much confusion and so much flux within the kind of the international order, that there's just a lot more problems that can come up, and then these things can kind of become a confluence with each other, and then you just have a lot. You just have something that's untenable. I think we're on a trajectory which is not tenable.
Thank you. But regarding the nuclear proliferation position, would you say that we should have it in the meantime while you campaign for disarmament process? Because in the meantime, your cousins have got it. So because that could be a very convenient position for you to hold when your people have it over our heads. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I don't look so same thing. I don't think people should be getting these weapons. And I you know this, and I know this is probably the direction of the conversation people want to go, but like I don't see what the threat to African countries are where they need nuclear weapons. I just don't see any land invasions happening. I don't see any of this sort of a thing. The overwhelming number of security threats are not even cross-border on the continent.
So you don't
I don't think there's any utility.
I'm very shocked that you just said what you said, given what has happened to the American continent, New Zealand, and all the rest. Your guys did that, and you sit here
Rudolph, I
and
guess
tell
you
us
could save
that.
some time from this.
Sorry. Hold on, please.
I mean,
and you would sit there and tell us that we don't have much of a threat. The world, the way the world is shaped, any nation that is technologically and militarily stronger than you is a potential threat. And you know that America knows that. This is the reason why they are reacting to China now. They are not. China did nothing to them. You know this. So how can you sit here and tell us, given that we are basically naked right now, that we don't see any threat? Why? Do we have any reason to believe that, given our history, given what we've seen of the world? Why do you believe that?
Because I don't see any country that wants to blow up, send IBMs or land invasions to take over the continent. I don't see why anybody would think that that's anywhere in any practical scenario.
All right. Before anything, let me just say that I have a few announcements to make. On Sunday, next Sunday, we are going to have as our guest on the show, Dr. Moses Paul. Now, Dr. Moses Paul, for those who may not know him, he is the person who has been traveling with P2B for the last year and a half. He knows P2B more than anybody else. He's going to join us to tell us about P2B that people do not know. All the pictures and videos of events that P2B has been doing in the last 1.5 years is coming from him. So he will be here on Sunday at the normal time to be our guest. So if you can join us, that would be wonderful. Now, yes, tomorrow I was supposed to have an interview with the Chief of Staff of Simon Ekpa, who is also the Deputy Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra. But unfortunately, that interview has been cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. So that will not happen tomorrow as we announced during the week. If we have a new date, we will let you know. So those are the two announcements that I wanted to make. And we have to round up the show at this point. I will if Declan wanted to, I will let Pansat ask one more question, and then we end it. Declan, if you're open to that.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, Pansat, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your courtesy, Declan, Mr. Garvin. Now, the question I'm going to ask you, first of all, do you know an MKO Adeola? Do you know who that is?
I do.
Okay.
Not personally.
Okay. You do know that it's like cause celeb for Sowore wanted to make sure, even if it's posthumously, that he was made president of Nigeria. He feels that that man won an election. And you also do know that Abiola has colorations. There are people such as Fela who believe that he was corrupt. Do you know that far back that he's known to be a corrupt man? He's one of these Nigerian big men, politicians, businessmen who are corrupt. You agree with that?
Yeah, I'm aware of those accusations.
Okay. So therefore, if somebody comes to us and they say, look, I don't want to work with anybody who was in the PDP, but his main focus is to make MKO Abiola president of our country posthumously. And up to today, he clings to it. So what do you make of that character? Somebody who will be doing the kind of damage that he's doing just based on somebody being affiliated with a corrupt party, a corrupt era, right? But he himself associates himself with a corrupt person, and we're able to make the distinction. We know that Sowore, as far as we could see, is not corrupt. He's accused of all kinds of crimes, let's just say, based on the accusation, not that he's convicted, of undermining the country, for example, of corruption in Dubai or Saudi Arabia with campaign monies and stuff like that, right? So what would you then say to somebody who cannot work with others based on the fact that they were in a political party? Just tell me what you think about that yourself. Do you see hypocrisy in that? Do you see lack of judgment in that? Right? Thank you.
Well, I mean, so I don't know Showore's opinion on whether he believes that MK Abiola is corrupt or not, right? You asked me if I was aware that that people said that, and I am aware that people say that. I would also say that if you look at the political sphere in Nigeria, it's really easy to not support somebody because they're corrupt. But finding somebody without those corruption allegations is almost impossible. So are we going to live our lives not supporting anything because of that? I don't know.
That is a lack of judgment, right? Anybody who does what you just said.
No, I didn't say that. I would also say if you look at the dynamics in Nigeria at the time, when you had the choice of MK Abiola on the one side or a Sani Abacha type on the other, I mean, what are you going to do? Right? Like who are you going to be supporting? And the answer might be Sani Abacha because he's going to torture me to death, or it could be MK Abiola, the imperfect man, who's speaking my kind of social justice rhetoric, and certainly the country would be better than him than a psychopath. Right.
Okay,
So this is a question for Shaware, but I would say it's also pretty logical.
Yeah, Mr. Garvin, that's exactly what I'm saying. When you have a binary choice, well, you have a Peter Obi, there's nobody who could make an argument that he's corrupt. He's not been convicted of a crime, hasn't been charged with a crime. And then you have other candidates who actually is paid $400,000 in drug heroin money in the United States. So when you run in the primary and you cannot win, and then it comes down to the binary choice, you cannot say they're the same. You're going to have to then do exactly what you said. You're going to jettison
But during the Obi election, Shaware was the one running, so he was saying he's supporting himself, right? He wasn't. He was saying he's not interested in Abiola. He's not interested in Tinubu. So we know what Shaware's choice would be in that election. He would choose himself.
Okay, but if he knows he's not going to win, though, towards the end, right? That's what I'm just.
So maybe he didn't know. Maybe Shaware is as delusional as every other politician, and he thought he was going to go all the way. No, I don't think so. But maybe that's what was going on.
Then we don't want him as a president, right? You don't want a delusion of presidency.
All right.
Well, then you're out of candidates, my friend, because everybody who runs for president of a country has some level of delusion.
All right.
All of them.
So, Pansat, thank you so much for that. Declan, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Forefathers, thank you. Revolution, thank you. Comrade Omori, thank you. Jonaba, thank you. Pansat, thank you. We thank our guests.
Can you give Omori a minute to ask a question?
No. We're ending. Omori, thank you. We have to go. Really, it's almost five hours.
I don't think Passat want to hear what Omori has.
Thank you, everybody. I want to thank those that supported us: Man of Prestige, Team Ajek, Kulata, Alexander Gomez, Emir 4 of Abuja, AY for real, Tijani Lanre, and we appreciate all of you. And next week, like I said, we're going to have Dr. Moses Paul, who will join us for another interesting edition of the show. On behalf of all our technical people who helped me behind the scene, I thank everybody who joined us. And I wish you all a very beautiful, fruitful week. And I will see you back on Saturday. Thank you, everybody, and all the best. Take care.